There we go. Are we working? You guys let me know if it's working. I'm doing a lot of new stuff today. Oh. All right. Are we working? Sounds good. All right. All right. Here, let me. There's some other cool stuff that I'm trying. Let's see if this works. No, that doesn't work. Give me 1 second. So okay. Welcome everybody. I'm super sad. I couldn't hardly sleep last night. I don't know about you guys. But yeah, I'm really excited. So we are launching the Kickstarter campaign in less than an hour now. We're launching less than an hour. I'm real nervous. I haven't really been able to sleep for the past like while. Yeah, I'm sleeping okay, but like not as much as I could. So this is to help work out the kinks in the stream, so that when at 11 when everything launches, then everything will be okay. There won't be too many things, and for you guys to hang out and ask questions. And so I'm gonna you guys help me develop a plan of like what kind of things you guys want to talk about, what you're interested in, and then we could go from there. Yeah. So so we're working on a plan. We're figuring it out. The nerves. Yeah, Edward. Here, let me see. So I got a cool new thing. I was talking to Derek from Knights of the Last Call, and he gave me a cool thing. Let me see if I can get this to work while I have it working on the other thing. New media source. Data on YouTube. Hey, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Love Nimble. Looking forward to the new material. Shout out to all the fine folks working on the Foundry VTT implementation. Yes. Big congrats to. A big thank you to Matt Double King. He's doing a fantastic job. I know a bunch of other people have as well. No, that's not it. So give me 1 second, guys. I'm trying to figure out how to get like the chat to pop up. Browser cancel. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, and it is properties cancel. Let's see if we can get it here. I'm not super good with OBS. Browser. Chat. Oh, maybe I can add this. Yeah, all right, cool. All right, yeah, chat's going pretty quick. Thank you so much, SwingSpart. It's chat's ripping. Yeah, so thank you. Let's scooch this down here. Love Nimble, looking forward to new material. Shout out to all the fine folks working on the Foundry VTT implementation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. OBS is weird sometimes. No, this is fully me being incapable of doing it. But I'm learning it, and I'm getting the tools, and we're figuring it out, guys. We're definitely figuring it out. So appreciate you guys. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna do today, this morning, is chat pop up. Yeah, there we go. It's got jump scare. Sorry about that. All right. Greetings from France. All right. Das O's in a blue. Spreading the gospel. Oh, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. This is cool. So cool. I really like being able to do this. Okay. Are we going to see official pawn/cardboard standees ever? Have to hang tight. Double King is being very he's being very modest as his nature, I think. He's been herding the cats and organizing everything, and very very big props to him. So if you guys want to put some crowns in the chat for Double King, he's definitely been managing the Foundry thing and making sure everything stays on track. And as well as other people, of course. I just don't know their names. Italy, France, Mexico will need blessed translations. Yeah, so I think French is done, at least for the initial books. The community volunteered to do that. So once they're done, I'm going to be releasing those for free for the original core books to whoever has them. Because like the community did it. Like, how can I charge money for something the community did? I'm just going to give it to community. So I'm just helping to facilitate spreading it out. So I believe I can actually look up real quick which ones are done. French is done. Spanish is 99% done. German is like 60% done. Italian is 53% done. Polish, wow, Poles, 45% done. Chinese is 65% done. This is how much of the different localizations the community have been doing. So that's pretty cool. I didn't know so many were for that far along. Portuguese is 20%. Russian, I've had a couple of people in Russia reach out to me to try and translate to Russia for Russian Ukraine. Japanese is 19%. Dutch is 5%. I think there's only 1 or 2 Dutch translators, and you know, people are busy, so. Yes, Monsters More. Yeah, production values are going up. It's a free app that I'm using, but the production values. All right. Lewis, all right, man. Welcome back, Lewis. Lewis he's been just an amazing contributor in the community, making some awesome stuff. So props to Lewis, or Lewish if you see him in the Discord. He's Lewish, but here he's Lewis. Ogre Bones, Faithra. All right, I just got to make sure I don't miss the 11 o'clock launch. So with Kickstarter, you can't launch it automatically. BackerKit, you just set it up and launch it, but Kickstarter, you have to go in and click the button. Oh yeah, and not to mention Matt, Double King Prime here. He did all of the maps as well. So yeah, he did all the maps as well. So super cool. And he's in Alaska. So it's like basically yesterday for him still. So most excited about the complete Artificer and Sign. Yes, I'm very excited about those. Like the Artificer and Sign, like I love push your luck mechanics. Like some of my favorite board games and mechanics and things are like, I could do the safe thing, or I could like just push a little bit, or like, yeah, what if I just did a little bit more, and then like everything coming crashing down upon you. I love those kinds of push your luck mechanics because like you can see what's gonna happen, but there's a chance that it might work, you know. So I really love yeah, lots of crowns in the chat. Yeah, it's gonna be hard for me to keep up with. It's gonna be hard for me to keep up with all the chat. Only person I know of released Markdown file. Yeah, I hope it continues too. Like I didn't really know what Markdown was. Like I had heard of like Obsidian and Vault and stuff before, but yeah, someone in the community, was it Sanity Within? I want to say it was Sanity on the Discord. He just volunteered to do it. And I think other people helped a little bit also, but the feedback on that has been fantastic. And I was like, yeah, if there's something more open source, more easier to use in PDF, then we're including that. And again, he did that just for free for the community. So anybody who has it gets it for free. 53% Italian. Yep, Italian is 53%. Yeah, if anybody wants to help with some of those localizations, let me know. We can have, I'll just show you guys. We're using this. I don't know if this is too small for you guys to see. This is a free thing with GitHub. It's like a free addition to it or app thing. I don't know. I'm not a GitHub guy, but the Italian storyteller on Discord, he set this up and helped me manage it and stuff. So people can volunteer for different languages, and then there's moderators, and you like all the text is there, and you can sort of like submit it and do stuff. And I'm not sure, but I can download it, and the next time the PDF updates go out, then it'll say, "Hey, here's Spanish, Spanish and French and German and all these." So I think that's pretty cool. What was the reason for switch from Backcreek to Kickstarter? The first Nimble campaign for the zine over here, the first Nimble campaign for the zine, this one, was on Kickstarter. And then for the next one, for the actual proper Nimble proper, with the books and things, its own RPG, that was on BackerKit because I saw some other RPG creators that I really respect, like MCDM and others, launching on BackerKit. And I was like, okay, I'll think about BackerKit. But back then, a couple years ago, that's a couple years already, wow. Back then, a couple years ago, you could set up a landing page on BackerKit that where you could like include information about, oh, here's a landing page, so you can sign up for your email when it launches. Then you can include like additional information. But for Kickstarter, the landing page was just the image and like a button to do this. So BackerKit had some cooler features. Kickstarter has since caught up. I really like BackerKit's crowdfunding, but the thing that they started with, the actual fulfillment management, what's it called? Pledge Manager, has really been a pain point for me. So Kickstarter has since caught up in a lot of these things. So I wanted to give Kickstarter a shot again. And I'm working with a company to help manage some of these things now. Crowdfunding Nerds, I'm working with them. If anybody else is doing crowdfunding, you guys can check them out. But they recommended Kickstarter, so and they're experts in the area. So I think I was willing to give it a try. And when I did a poll, most of the people, I think like 2/3 preferred Kickstarter over BackerKit also. So like the users that I have already did prefer Kickstarter. I think they're largely the same. But Kickstarter has like a little bit larger audience, and there's other benefits and and that sort of thing. So that was the thinking. We'll see if it was a good idea or not. I think you were thinking about 3% on Dutch. Yeah, Dutch is about 5%. You discovered how difficult translation actually is. Yeah. Are you a Dutch a Nederlandser? Are you from Netherlands? Like a nerd. Yeah, nerd is usable. Yeah. How long till launch? We got about 45 minutes right now. So we're launching at 11 a.m. Launch at 11 a.m. Eastern. And let me see if I can make a new page here. Let's do 4, 5, 0. Clear. I'm trying to set up. Should I set up a countdown timer? Back. 4, 4. Nope. Clear. 4, 4, 0, 0. Set. Start. Okay. So I think I can make a new thing. Browser. Okay. No, that's not it. Cancel that. Okay, it's not browser. It should be screen capture. Not that. Window capture. There we go. Brave. It's this one. Okay. Okay, we're getting there, guys. Let's turn this back on. And now we can do this. Yeah, guys. Is that helpful? And that'll actually be a good reminder for me to not dilly-dally for too long. Nice. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Discale 102. Thank you so much. Terry Tipke. Hey, man. Question for my own purposes. I'm curious if you went the same printers before. I haven't decided finally on the printer that I'm going with, but I am very happy with the printer. They did a very good job. Okay, apparently if I minimize this, it pauses that thing. I can't minimize that window. Properties. Window. Okay, so I can pull it off screen, but I can't minimize it. We're learning. Okay. Yeah, so I did want to use an American printer, a company in the US, but they just never got back to me. I reached out to a bunch of different printing companies, one in the US, that would just simplify the supply chain, but a lot of the companies in the US can't do as much of the cool things that I want to do as some of the Asian printing companies, unfortunately. So I was going to have the American company do like the books and like the zines and stuff, and then like the Asian company do other things. But after talking with the American company for a while, like they just stopped talking to me. I don't know if the representative isn't working there anymore or what happened, but okay. But the Asian company that I'm working with, they're based in the U.S. They're based in California, but they're manufacturing. They do the physical manufacturing in Asia for a variety of reasons. So it is an American company, but they do the manufacturing in Asia. They've been very responsive. They have very, very good quality. I was very, very happy with them. So unless something big changes, that I'm planning on going with them. Yeah, very, very responsive. They did a great job. Just moved to the Netherlands. Yeah, I used to live about an hour north of Amsterdam, in Oudeslaus near Schagen. Yeah, shoot me a DM on Discord if you want to join in on that. There is a news post on the Nimble RPG website about translations. If you would like to help out with that with instructions, let me see if I can find it real quick for you. News. There's a post somewhere here. And I will drop it in the chat. Can I drop things in the chat? Drop it in chat. So there it is. There's the news post. So basically, if you have a GitHub account, then you can do it. But you have to log in to get localized first. That is the only thing. So just DM me your GitHub username after you've logged in to get localized already, and then I'll be able to see it and I can add it. And then there's like a little video. You can skip the first 30 seconds and it shows you how to do it. So that's cool. That's cool. Midwestern Pickle. Where's the French translation? I haven't released them yet. I've sent them to like individual onesie twosie people as they've just emailed me and wanted them. But I didn't want to like I don't know who wants the French and who wants the Spanish, and like so. In order to avoid emailing people like 6 or 10 or 12 different times when each translation is done, I was just going to wait until at least a handful of them were finished and just send those out. Because I'm very sensitive to like spamming people, and apologies if you all get like 3 or 4 emails from me today. Sorry about that. So it like if everybody like wants the ones that are currently there, you can see that I can definitely just send those out. I don't want to keep people waiting for too long about that. So that's where it is. It's not released widely yet, but it is largely done. Yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back, Lewis. Indeed. Wonderful resource. Absolutely. So will community translation get a layout? Almost certainly not. At least that's not something that I will be able to manage. One, because I don't speak the language, and it would be very difficult for me to edit, and it would be like, you know, a C+, C- quality. But a lot of people have reached out to me to do translations and to do a lot of these things, but right now it's too much for me to manage like a dozen different languages and oversee a lot of these things. So just the Markdown and Obsidian files is all I can manage right now. Just like making that available, but like the layout, like just doing the layout in English is like you would be surprised the percentage of time that like just the layout takes up. Plus, like a paragraph in English might be this big and fits on the page, but that paragraph in French or German might be like twice as big, or like 20% bigger, and like it breaks the layout of the page. So like different things, different things. There's different troubles. Okay. Are the artifice and sign going to come with a new book? You will see, but yeah, it's going to be, they're going to be different, separate zines. So you can get just the core heroes and the core books. If you're new to Nimble and you don't want to worry about all the expansion stuff, you just want to try it out, you can do that. Or if you already have the core stuff, then you can get just the expansion stuff. Or you can get both, of course, if you want. Will new class be added to Foundry? Probably. I don't know. That is yeah, ask Double King about that. Yeah, Ghostbit is my buddy Brandon. He's one of the mods on Discord, and he's been playtesting all the cool stuff. Yeah. Sorry that the DM on that one, the GM moved. Shout out Discord mods, yeah, absolutely. Buying a house tomorrow. All right, congratulations, man. Very cool. Very cool. Das, there is a monster builder inside the GM guide. There's a monster builder inside the GM guide. Let me show you. So I've got another camera here. This will be good use of a good first use of the desk cam. Hey, it's working. I stayed up way too late last night getting everything set up, so I'm pleasantly surprised to see that it's working. So in the GM guide, on page something or another, on page 30, there is the monster builder, and if you want, you can just take yourself a screenshot. That's the monster builder. If you want if you have level 5 heroes, and actually, can we zoom in? Whoa, look at that. All right, so how this works, monster level, level 5. So if you have a level 5 hero, a level 5 monster is going to be a challenging but fair fight, a winnable, like a challenging but winnable fight. Okay, and there's his stats. And if you have 5 level 5 heroes, then 5 level 5 monsters is going to be a challenging but winnable fight. If you want to be a little bit easier, or if you want to be a little bit harder, just pick the next line or the previous line, and there you go, bingo, bingo. And there's also all of these different flavorful monster abilities, like obstinate or aggressive, acid blood, brute, burning aura. So it couldn't be easier. It couldn't be easier. And just in case you wanted to, let's zoom out just a little bit. Just in case you wanted like a ton of examples of different monsters and how they look, well, there you go. Different cool ideas. So GM Guide is great for that. GM Guide is great for that. Let's go back to here. So hope that's helpful. I have physical. I'm just going to be emailing them. So if you bought on the Shopify store, on the web store, then you'll get an email. If you bought on BackerKit or whatever, then it'll just be through the BackerKit portal. But I'll announce those at some point. Maybe after this campaign is done, I could just send everything out. Cool. Yes, the link will be sent out. And if you guys would like that sooner rather than later, it'll take me like a few hours to like figure it all out and do that. Because I'm not, I don't know much about, GitHub, and it's hard for me to figure out all these things. So that's the honest reason why, and I don't want to email people too much. OG Sport, could errata be provided in the form of stickers and cover update parts? So like, I will give you an example of the errata. Give me 1 second. I will give you an example and to sort of tell you why that may not be needed. Reprint, here it is. I'll open up this. Sorry, I'm just searching through, looking for things. How much time do we have? All right, we got half an hour. You guys don't let me miss the launch of the Kickstarter. Talking to you guys. Heroes interior. Modifying links. All right, so I'm just scrolling to the thing. Okay. All right, so here we go. All right, so in the current version, for instance, Radiant Judgment. This is one of the errata. Radiant Judgment. Whenever an enemy attacks you, if you have no judgment dice, roll your judgment dice, 2d6. On your next melee attack encounter, if you hit, deal that much additional radiant damage. The dice are expended whether you hit or miss. Okay, that makes perfect sense to me, at least. Some people, like, maybe like 0.5% of people, which like when there's thousands of people or tens of thousands of people playing, had a question about like, well, what do you mean if I have no judgment dice? How can I roll them? Like there was just confusion about what that meant. So in the updated version, I just rephrased it for clarity. Whenever an enemy attacks you, roll 2d6 judgment dice if none are currently rolled. They are expended on the next melee attack you make this encounter. On hit, deal that much additional radiant damage. So it's the same thing, but just worded differently for clarity. So I think in one of the Fleet Mortals? In one of the MCDM books, I remember they had something where like they just left out like a whole paragraph of text, I think. Was it in the MCDM? Was it in Fleet Mortals or one of their other books? I don't remember. And like that kind of thing is... Ooh. That was a structural book, apparently. All right, Mario. Oh, man. All right, don't grab books. So largely the errata is just that, like clearing up confusions, but like not really any rebalancing or anything that will make any difference game mechanic wise. So I'm unsure how I'm going to handle. So I'm going to release all the errata on the website for free because there's just errata, just so people can have it. I would like to release the PDFs with them because that should be easy enough. At least the core rules in the GM guide errata, I think I'm going to do that, but I don't want to commit to it because it might be a bigger can of worms than I'm anticipating. So at least the core rules in the GM guide, they're very, very minimal. Like just wording updates. I think there's like one typo in one of those books. That kind of thing. For the heroes, because the heroes are getting overhauled and laid out into their own zines, I think it's going to be a much bigger can of worms. That said, I would like to do that, but I just want to be careful about what I commit to because I'd rather under-promise and over-deliver than let people down and disappoint people. So that's That's what that is. So I don't think stickers will be necessary. I think that's more helpful for that's more helpful for like when just something was missing on accident. More Justin Gerard art? Yes. Yes. Hello. Columbus, Ohio. I hope you're staying warm up there, man. Evan the professional streamer. Yeah. Will there be an actual full necromancer class that is less warlocky? Maybe. Maybe. All right. Rundown of the final tiers before lunch? No. And actually, that is a good reminder. I do need to double check make sure everything is right, because yesterday I added one additional tier, and I want to make sure. And it was initially set for like $1, and as much as you guys would like that, probably that would be very bad news for me if that. I'm like 95% sure I fixed it. But yes, I did intend on looking it over. How do I? Story. 3 columns in a book. No, 2 columns is where it's at. Okay, so let's double check rewards. Reward tiers. So you guys just bear with me for a second. That is good. That is correct. That is correct. That is correct. Save. Got to make sure everything's correct, because on Kickstarter, once it's up, you can't change it. Expansion. Digital core. So some place tiers went up. Some of them went down. So after chatting with Derek on Nice the Last Call, he said, Evan, you need to fix these prices. I was like, okay, thank you. thank you for letting me know. Monsters and more. Core. Yes, that's correct. I'm notoriously bad at pricing things, and I feel bad about charging money for things, but things cost money. And like for instance, like maybe most of the shipping and fulfillment I lost money on because I hate charging people shipping and I hate paying for shipping. So I ironically paid for people's shipping. And like my first project, I think I charged like $5 for. So that was fun. All right, so let's edit this. Yeah, I am seeing something that needs to be fixed. Save. Thank you, whoever. Decisive for letting me know. Edit. Save. Edit. Okay. Okay, so that looks good. That looks good. That looks correct. That looks correct. That looks correct. That's good. That's good. I think that's correct. Okay. Oh, the nerves are starting to come. Okay. Let's just get all the way caught up with chat, and then we'll scroll back. Kingdoms of Warfare. Yeah, that sounds about right. They get backers option. Wait for reprint or get stickers. Yeah, that was the really stand up way for them to do it, and I'm sure that sucked for them. But they do charge enough to be able to cover those kinds of expenses. Also, their books are some of the most expensive in the industry. But I mean, they make some good content. Very, very big props to James Intercasso and Matt Colville and all of that. Absolutely. You have a video going over GMing, Nimble? There's a bunch of live plays, and actually there's a new live play launching today. There's a new live play launching today with Mage Hand High Five. If you guys would like to check that out, I think I might have a link. I might have a link to that. If you guys... paste that in here. So here's a link to Mage Hand High Five, super cool group. It did a cool thing, and I think the first episode is launching today sometime. But there's a link to the trailer. Lewish, hey, coming soon. Coming soon. Okay. Oh, all right. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. Thank you so much. Oh, there's a donation too. Hey, thank you, Lewis. You definitely don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Yeah, apologies about all the ads if you're on Facebook or Instagram. And some ads on X are going up today. So if you see them, click on them. Don't click too much because I get charged every time I get clicked. But you can click on them if you want to. You can comment on them and like the ads. That's how you can help them. I've done a video on Tiny about that. Okay, cool. Have I seen that one already? If I haven't, send it to me. I like to take a look at those, and I'll put on the YouTube translate captions and watch it. We include stickers in the new Kickstarter as well. Oh, buddy, just for you guys. I got something to show you. Actually, I don't need that. I'll just use this. Oh, look at that. Look how handsome he is. Oh, glitter stabs. Yes! Glitter stabs and little bumblebee with some sunglasses on. So yeah, I'm planning. I've got that one coming. I definitely got that one coming. What is the more in Monsters and More? So monsters, their loot, tactics, environments, traps, companions, extra optional rules. There's a new spell school, lots of stuff. So that's what the more is. Stabs, yeah. Question put in Discord. I still wanted some confirmation. Is gold for quest per level? Let's take a look. Let's go here. Desk cam. I'll zoom in. Okay, gold per level. So at level 1, going from level 1 to level 2, there's basically one quest. Okay, so that quest should give roughly 25 gold. If it's a quest from like a super shady guy and like whatever, you can pay more money. If there's like other narrative consequences. But if it's like a quest from like old poor widow orphan person, and I've only got a button and this pocket buzz, and then like it might be 0 gold. Maybe they'll find some gold as they quest. But that one quest, each hero is expected to have roughly 25 gold afterward. If it takes you one quest to go from level 2 to level 3, different tables like to level up at different rates. So if it takes you one quest to go from level 2 to level 3, that quest should reward them total, like the gold that they find along the way, gold that they're paid by the quest giver or other things, they should total end up with roughly 40 gold. If going from level 2 to level 3 takes you 2 quests at your table, then each one should be worth roughly 20, or like 10 and 30. So each of this, that's how much gold they should earn at that level. If you want to give them more, if your table likes having extra things and stuff, you can feel free to give them more, but then they will have access to more things to buy quicker. So if it, balance wise, someone has to wait until level 8 in order to get level 8, where you'll have like over 1,000 gold, you may need to wait until like level 7 or 8 to get scale mail. But if you give that to them early, then they'll have scale mail earlier, or they might have like full plate a little bit earlier than anticipated. So is it going to make a huge difference? It's not going to make a huge difference. But you might just, if they're level 7, you might treat them as a level 8 party, or they'll be a little bit more survivable, or it'll be a little bit easier, or they'll just be able to like spend money on more cool things if you want. So this is just so like average. So like going from level 15 to level 16, maybe one quest isn't going to pay them 25,000, but like the quest giver might pay them 1,000, and then they find like this amazing thing on the quest that will make up the difference. I hope that answers that question. Hope that answers that question. Oh, guys, 15 minutes left. All right. Heard about monster art being shown? Hey, Jors. Yeah, I could definitely show some monsters. And I wanted to see if this would be interesting to you. I wanted to maybe give you guys like a walk through the process of what it looks like to commission a piece of art, like from the initial idea to like sketches, and then like revisions, and like now let's start over, and like all of it. And like if you start over, you just still do have to pay them for the work that they did. And then let's start over, let's do this, and like sort of narrowing down in on like how to get there. I think that might be kind of cool. So I can show you like my notes that I sent to the artist, and like, I'll even sketch on top of the, hey, let's do this, and I'll send like other reference. That kind of thing might be cool. I was thinking about putting something like that together. Yeah, you guys like stabs? Yeah, fire stabs is pretty sweet. Okay, I thought so. Very cool. Then I have definitely seen it then. Wargasm, thank you. Yes, please like the stream so that more people can see it. Very much appreciate you guys hanging out. I didn't know there would be how many people are. Wow. I know. I didn't think there would be that many people here hanging out early. But I appreciate you guys. Will there be any online compatible content like monster tokens for Alba, Rodeo, or tools? Yes. Yes. So it's not going to be included by default because like a lot of people don't want that kind of stuff. So I want to make sure the entry level is affordable for people. But if you want like all the digital extras and things like, maps and tokens and other things, then yeah, you can just say, hey, I want the digital extras. You can always just like take a picture with your phone and like crop it. You can always do it yourself. But if you want sort of like the high quality tokens of the monsters and stuff, you definitely could. Remember my first session, Nimble? All right, that's awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. Lewis, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're probably going to be getting a lot more ads since you're interacting with them. So apologies, but thank you. You're doing yeoman's work. That sounds awesome. We'll be backing for all the physical books from the UK. All right, cool. And UK fulfillment this time should be much better. I will just say that. As well as other international stuff. I've already got it sorted out. So fingers crossed, say your prayers. Hopefully there's no like big hiccups or anything, but if it all goes if all goes according to plan, then everything is going to be everything's gonna be okay. So books collection. Oh, thank you. Part of it is that I hate paying for shipping. So I don't want to make other people pay for it. But like Europe, there's like a bunch of different countries. In one country, it costs $12 to ship something to, or like $20 to ship something to. In another country, it costs like 45. So unless I want to like make like 50 different or like 30 different like shipping table things for each country, and it changes for the weight and all this sort of stuff, it's easier for me to just say like just $20 or like whatever it is, and then if sometimes it's 18 and sometimes it's 19, sometimes it's 25, like it all evens out, but I'd rather it even out on the you paying less than like you paying more if you don't need to. I don't know, it's just something I'm weird about. Shipping isn't free, but I'd rather round down generally. Yeah, Derek was cool. And Edward, thank you so much for introducing me to him. I'd never even heard of Nice Last Call, I don't think, before. You're like, hey, talk to this guy. And then he said the same thing. He'd never even heard of Nimble before. He's like, no, I don't want to do that. And then you kept telling him. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the community, all you guys and gals spreading the word. Very much a cool thing. So you're send the. I don't know what that means. If you want to say that again, the factura online inside. Yeah, I think what you mean is like the shipping is gonna be like local to Europe or UK. Yes, and how many countries it is. How many people from an individual country order matters for the shipping costs. So like if like 2 or 3 or 500 people from like Canada order, rather than shipping from the US to Canada, and there's like different fees and stuff, we can ship from the manufacturer freight directly to Canada, and there's like a small fee, like it's a big fee, but like relative per package it's smaller. So you get to ship directly to Canada, and you have all 500 sets there. And then people in Canada can buy from that, and it's local to Canada. There's no like extra stuff. So it depends on how many people in these different regions actually buy. Same for like Australia, New Zealand, like that kind of stuff. Any adventures in the Kickstarter? Yes, I'm starting with 6 because adventures are very hard to do and to make well and to make them concise and all that sort of stuff. So I'm starting with 6. There are going to be stretch goals that I'll let people vote on. Do we want more of this or more of that or more of that? So there's going to be stretch goals, and we'll see if that increases. I have a bunch more that we could do. They're not just like done and waiting on it. I'm just like, oh, I've got all this stuff I'm finished with, and like I'm actually doing it, but I'm just holding it back. No, it's like these things aren't done yet, and the stretch goals are going to fund the extra time and development that goes into that. And Stepsy just, sir, yes, sir. Any new classes included in the books? All of the classes are going to be zines now, just like the hex binder. All the classes are going to be individual zines. So yes, there are going to be new classes, but each one is going to be its own zine, self-contained, like it's going to have its own spells and frequently asked questions and quick build options, all that kind of stuff. So there are going to be new classes, and there's going to be like some sort of box mechanism to like keep all the zines together as well. So they're not just like flopping around. But yes, there are new classes. Nice, yeah. Cool. I'm glad they've been fun for you and not annoying. Might be. Might be. Regarding the gold, yes, and that is per hero. It wouldn't make any sense like if you're playing like duet, like 1-on-1, the one guy gets 25 gold. But if you're playing 5, like everybody only gets 5 gold. It's per hero, so that each person can like buy their own cool stuff. Yep. Oh, that sounds super cool. Edward, yes, thank you, sir. Don't forget to leave a like if you can. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. We're getting close. Less than 10 minutes, guys. Ah! I'm getting nervous. I'm getting nervous. I'm excited. Great question. Great question. We'll probably be talking a lot more about that more a little bit later. Main design objectives. I want Nimble to feel like a full system, that like it has everything you need. Initially, the previous campaign wasn't going to have a GM guide. The previous campaign wasn't going to have a GM guide. It was just going to have these two books, The Heroes and Core Rules, and an adventure. But then the adventure became a GM guide, and then one of the stretch goals was to add a bestiary. So we added a bestiary, and then like, well, if we have a bestiary and an adventure, we might as well include some GM tips. And then the GM guide ended up being the biggest book out of everything. And I just never, I intended to print 2 books with like a little adventure. And then there was like a setting that was included, and then the stretch goals of the setting got bigger and bigger. So the intent for the last one was like, yeah, just use your 5e monsters and your 5e adventures, and that was it. But thankfully, I think one of the best things that happened was the bestiary as a stretch goal. Like that continued development really made Nimble its own thing. And appreciate you guys for hitting all those stretch goals that I was not planning on. Just to be clear, I don't think I had any stretch goals planned for the previous one. But the main design objectives for this one was to make it more of its own thing. There's a bestiary in the GM guide, but it's a mini bestiary. I want a true, full, fat, honkin', good bestiary, and I think the new monster book is going to be as thick, roughly as thick as all 3 of these books combined. Maybe not with the covers, but I think the bestiary is going to be as thick as all 3 of these books. So it's going to be a big honker chonker. I mean, I say big. It's still going to be like less than half the size of like a D&D monster manual or something, because it's going to be concentrated, like focused, just the stuff you need, nothing you need to slog through. Belly, thank you for the donation. Any chance on buildings and businesses rules? If you want to send me a DM on Discord about like what you mean by that, that's not something that I've considered yet, but there's a lot of good ideas that I haven't considered that ended up in the previous version. So please send me a, and I wish this chat was staying on for longer. You guys are chatting too fast, and I'm missing some of these things. Generally, I say like a gold is $1 roughly, because it's like a little gold piece, and then like the rest are like cents. Like silver is like a dime, and a copper is a penny. Like that makes sense in my mind. But yeah, do whatever you like. What is the what difference between? Oh, we're getting close, guys. What's the difference between the Nimble Artificer and 5e? We'll get to that more in just a little bit. I don't want to go too off on that, but high level, I don't know much about the Artificer in 5e, but it's like basically a spellcaster, and you could just like pick these spells, and then it can do like a couple of things. Like it could like do a couple of fiddly things, or +2 to your armor or AC or whatever. Nimble, the Artificer, is not a spellcaster. Like they can't cast spells. The Artificer Nimble is, they make inventions that like condenses mana. It condenses ambient mana, and they use that mana to fuel their inventions. Like they are an inventor. Think Iron Man or like Jinx from League of Legends, like that kind of thing. Like they don't do magic, but they are tinkerers and inventors and gadget makers, and that is where they get their power from. And the gadgets like can be used normally, and it's very, very safe, or you can like juice it and like give it extra power, poof, and like the gadgets do bigger, cooler things. But then there's this increasing, like exponentially increasing chance of the gadget malfunctioning in some way. But you know what the cost is, you know what the risk is before you do it, which I think is the fun part. And you can tinker it and fix it and like get back in battle, but you know that kind of thing. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. sweet. You guys are chatting. Sorry, you guys are chatting way too fast for me to keep up. It's going off the screen. So in just a minute, I'm going to focus so that I can click the button at the right time. And I'm actually also going to, let's go to face. All right, so we got to focus. We're getting down to the wire. I'm going to get the announcement ready for the Kickstarter. Oh, you guys, you don't know how you have no idea how nervous I am. Oh, you have no idea. I'm sweating. All right. All right, so I'm typing up the announcement in Discord. Less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. You guys ready? Oh. Oh man. Yeah, chat. You guys are zooming. All right, my alarm just went off. We got less than a minute. Less than a minute. Here we go. Oh, guys, should we watch the Kickstarter kickoff video together, or just let you guys watch it on your own? Thank you, Swing Set. Thank you. Oh, sorry for clapping. All right. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. I'm pushing the button. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it works, guys. All right. We're live. Oh. I'm getting a ringing sound from something. I don't know what that is. All right. Oh man, I messed up the announcement in Discord. It's everyone, not everybody. All right, we'll delete that one. Oh, all right, we did it. Oh, Lewis, thank you so much for the chat again, man. Yeah, I feel like my brain is going 1,000 miles an hour right now. It's alive. Whew. All right. Hey, should we watch it together? All right, let's watch it together. Let's watch it together. All right, let's see. All right, let's watch it together, you guys. Hey, I'm Evan. And I'm Stabs! And this is Nimble. It's a fast, tactical TTRPG. Fast means no more waiting. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Audio's not working. I think that works. This means no more waiting 20 minutes for your turn just to miss your one attack.
Oh man, I hate wasting my turn.
Tactical means your choices matter. Instead of being at the mercy of the dice, teamwork is rewarded with sweet combos.
You can distract him and I'll stab him.
You got it, bud.
Oh, mama! And TTRPG means that you play on top of the table and not underneath it.
That's right. And it's full of tons of sweet customization options, too.
Yeah, but is it super crunchy and I have to study forever to learn how to play? Or can I just get in there and start stabbing some smelly gobbos?
No need to study. It's meant to be quick to learn and easy to teach. And as a GM, you can prep in 10 minutes or less.
Wait a second, it's no wibbly-wobbly thing with no rules and you're just pretending, is it?
Nope, it's strategically and flexible, easy to tinker with and homebrew, so you can create the game that you want.
It can do traditional D20 fantasy all the way up to the superest heroic and down to the grimmest of grimdark settings.
Yup, it maximizes player and GM agency with interesting and meaningful choices and minimizes fiddly bookkeeping.
Wow, you got my vote. Buy it.
Thanks for checking out the Kickstarter for the Nimble RPG reprint. If you're new to Nimble, the first print run sold out way quicker than I ever thought would happen, thanks to some very kind reviews and word of mouth. So this project is to reprint the books and use the opportunity to add some great new content as well. More on that in just a second. For those new, there's hundreds of different RPGs. Why should you care about this one? Game night has these, okay, that was amazing moments, ones that you'll remember for the rest of your life. But there's also these other moments where you're just sort of sitting around, doing nothing, not playing. Maybe it's doing tedious prep work, or studying the gigantic books in order to learn how to play, or doing a bunch of math and cross-referencing charts to make a character, or looking up rules about how to do this particular thing, or especially waiting for your turn to finally come around. The goal of Nimble is to minimize those things so that we can maximize these fun things. In our favorite stories, books, and movies, you never see the stars or the main characters brushing their teeth or flossing or adding up deductions for their tax returns. Movies and books, they streamline the slow, fiddly stuff away so that we can just focus on the cool story stuff, the action or the jokes or the drama. This is what Nimble does for TTRPGs. It streamlines the rules to get out of your way so that you can get to the cool stuff fast. But RPGs are unlike books and movies because the heart of RPGs is that you can impact the story. Your choices matter. This is why the core of Nimble is to be not only fast, but also tactical, or to make sure that you always have impactful choices to make. You're not merely at the mercy of the dice. Real risk of character death is great for drama, but not getting to play just because of a couple of bad rolls with no recourse, that isn't fun. In Nimble, you can choose to trade some of your offense for the turn in order to defend against some of the incoming attacks. Or not. Maybe you want to save all your actions to deal out a bunch of damage, or maybe you want to help an ally instead by bravely interposing for them. Or you can use some of your off-the-character sheet creativity to spot a weakness that an enemy might have, or to create an opening for your friends. Each player has cool, heroic reactions that they can perform and ways to contribute even when it isn't their turn so that players feel engaged the entire time that you're playing. But having choices doesn't just mean having 100 bad options to slog through and 1 or 2 clearly best options. That's just the illusion of choice. In Nimble, there's no strictly better weapons or spells or abilities, or for that matter, there aren't any trap options that are strictly worse than anything else. What's best depends on the situation, and your goals, and your party, and what trade-offs you're willing to make. There's also tons of space for teamwork and awesome combos as well, so that your party is far more than just the sum of its parts. You'll feel like a heroic party that's incentivized to work together, rather than just strangers who happen to be heading in the same direction on a quest together. Speaking of teamwork, how do the hero classes work? Possibly what I'm most proud of and where most... Uh-oh. That wasn't me. Kickstarter's dying. Kickstarter's dying. I'll see if I can get the YouTube one. Sorry, guys. I don't know what to do. All right, so give me a sec. Let me see if I can get the YouTube link. All right, let's see if this is any better. To make. You're not merely at the mercy of the dice. Real risk of character death is great for drama, but not getting to play just because of a couple of bad rolls with no recourse, that isn't fun. In Nimble, you can choose to trade some of your offense for the turn in order to defend against some of the incoming attacks. Or not. Maybe you want to save all your actions to deal out a bunch of damage, or maybe you want to help an ally instead by bravely interposing for them. Or you can use some of your off-the-character sheet creativity to spot a weakness that an enemy might have, or to create an opening for your friends. Each player has cool, heroic reactions that they can perform and ways to contribute even when it isn't their turn, so that players feel engaged the entire time that you're playing. But having choices doesn't just mean having 100 bad options to slog through and 1 or 2 clearly best options. That's just the illusion of choice. In Nimble, there's no strictly better weapons or spells or abilities, or for that matter, there aren't any trap options that are strictly worse than anything else. What's best depends on the situation, and your goals, and your party, and what trade-offs you're willing to make. There's also tons of space for teamwork and awesome combos as well, so that your party is far more than just the sum of its parts. You'll feel like a heroic party that's incentivized to work together, rather than just strangers who happen to be heading in the same direction on a quest together. Speaking of teamwork, how do the hero classes work? Possibly what I'm most proud of and where most of the development time has been spent is on the heroes. There are 11 hero classes that cover all the main archetypal fantasies that you like, ranging from the angry berserker to the shifty cheat and the spellcasting mage. But they're really flavorful. For instance, the cheat gets to, well, cheat. When the bad guys are distracted, they can change their dice to whatever they want. That wasn't a 2, that was a critical hit. You just weren't looking. Not to mention abilities like Pocket Sand and Twist the Blade. The Shadowmancer can summon hordes of shadowy minions to swarm the enemies, or sacrifice them to power up their own spooky spellcasting. The commander is not just a dumb guy with a big sword, he's an intelligent tactician. Ensuring allies are where they need to be and have the things that they need to have, he's a force multiplier that can coordinate really cool teamwork plays unlike any of the other classes. But each class has terrific teamwork potential and cool combos for you to discover as well. Each hero class also changes the party dynamics and feels different to play with. A party with an Oathsworn feels much more protected and tanky, and a party with a Stormshifter has incredible amounts of utility and flexibility, and one with a Songweaver is just always inspired to perform at their very best. It takes just a few minutes to make a hero in Nimble, and at level 1, you get a simple flavor of the class, teaching you how they function without being overly complicated. And each level beyond that layers in interesting complexity and unique customization options to turn it into something really your own. Every class has a set of unique abilities to choose from as you level up. You could pick simple passive abilities for those who don't care too much for strategy or keeping track of things, or more complex, interesting abilities for those who love to strategize and have the perfect tool for the right situation. As well as lots of different subclasses to experiment with that pushes the archetype in different directions. Damage or survivability or controlling the battlefield or buffing your party and other things too. Each class is thematically and mechanically quite distinct, with unique strengths and resources, goals that they have in combat, and importantly, each with their own weaknesses that the other party members can fill in for them. For those who already have the books in this new printing, each of the core heroic classes are getting a bunch of new subclasses. And yes, you can get just those if you want. No need to repurchase stuff you already have. But each hero is also going to be printed in a self-contained zine with everything you need to play that class included. Tons of subclasses and story-based subclasses for when things take a turn for the worst. Custom abilities, quick build options, frequently asked questions, and more. No need to share one big book or write down all your abilities on your character sheet like a peasant. It's all there already for you. Now, the Game Master's Guide. It makes it actually easy to start as a GM. It has tips for both new and veteran GMs alike, guidance on adventuring rewards and boons, secret spells, how to run and build your own monsters, and a mini bestiary with plenty of pre-made monsters to get started running the game, including some awesome legendary ones as well. There's also a super easy to run intro adventure designed to teach you how to GM and teach the heroes how to play as you play. No studying required. And a bunch of other sandbox adventures are included as well. There's quest hooks, there's exploration encounters, there's challenges, and an entire region you can use as is or drop into any homebrewed fantasy land that you like, complete with factions, NPCs, points of interest, and a bunch of secret plots to work with too. I'm also using this as an opportunity to print the Creator's Kit. This has tons of guidance on what makes the game tick for all you homebrewers. All the numbers, charts, and design decisions and whatnot, so you can easily create content in tune with the spirit of the game. Like, how much damage should a tier 4 spell do? Or how much damage can a level 8 hero endure? And this is included for free. The third-party creator's license has been updated for this second printing as well. Nimble doesn't have an SRD. Instead, every bit of text across all the books is included and usable for you to create and publish and sell your cool stuff forever. Now, for the new stuff. This isn't just a simple reprint, there's also a ton of new expansion content as well. Monsters and more. Well, this book doesn't exist yet, but it's going to contain hundreds of brand new monsters. They're loot that your heroes can take off of them once they're defeated, quest hooks, traps that these monsters might catch you in or that the heroes can notice and turn on the monsters. Environmental hazards. What if a monster group only lives in the swamp? What is it like fighting in the swamp versus another place? There's lore, there's TPK alternatives. Rather than a TPK, why wouldn't the lizard folk just capture you alive and throw you into the pit with their pet hydras to eat? Or why would the scheming drow TPK you when they could hold you ransom and use you for leverage against their enemies? It also includes pre-made combat encounters. When you're fighting goblins at level 2, here's what that looks like. And when you're level 4, it shouldn't just be more of those same goblins. There should be different monster compositions from that same group. And you shouldn't have to think about that as the GM, it's done for you already. Each monster also has tactics for making combat easier or more deadly on the fly. They're all super easy to prep and super easy to run for the GM so that you can have more of your mental bandwidth freed up to do the fun role-playing stuff like taunting the heroes or egging them on. It also has tons of other useful stuff that you as a GM can use to make your life easier, like adventuring companions, for when the party adopts the owlbear that they were supposed to slay, or to make solo or duet play more interesting and balanced without bogging things down, having to manage multiple different heroes. There's also new heroes like the Scion, the Artificer, and the Hexbinder, and possibly a fourth secret new class depending on how well the project does. Adventures. Lots of new adventures are included as well. What do you do when it's the holiday time and half your party is out of town and you have a bunch of cousins or other people visiting you? Do you just not play that week? Instead, you can run this cool holiday-themed mystery with your level 7 party, and the new people, they can just bring level 1 heroes and it'll work just great. There's also heists gone wrong, or role-playing focused social events, all the way up to epic Titan-slaying adventures where the Titan is the dungeon itself. Just like the monsters, these adventures are all super easy to prep and run for the GM, regardless of the number of players who show up for game night or how many unexpected guests they bring. You can be ready to go in 10 minutes or less, No rebalancing needed. There's a lot more coming in this project, and I'm really super excited about it. I hope you are too, and I want to thank you all for your support. Here's to more epic and fun and memorable game nights.
You should buy it.
All right. All right, let's see where we are now. Sorry for Kickstarter dying on us there. Oh, okay. I saw. Wow, we almost hit the goal already before the video was done. Wow. Not yet, but we're pretty close. We're pretty close. Let me see. Can I? Wow, you guys. You guys. Okay. All right. So I think we can do this so that we're not too distracted. All right. So let's do this. Do this. Timer. All right. Yeah. So I think we can set this up so that we can just see. We just see where we are, guys. That's probably a good idea, right? Wow. Thank you guys so much. All right, so I did see a bunch of questions that came in, so I'm going to see if I can scroll up and answer as many of those as I can. If I do miss your question, I apologize. This chat thing that I have only scrolls up so much, and then I can't scroll up any further. So please feel free to ask again. It's not a bother at all. But let's see. Let's see. Okay, so GM screen. Okay, so this is an interesting thing. So I designed everything to be easy to ship internationally and within the U.S. So and for customs and tariffs and duties and all that sort of stuff. So how things work is books are largely free of duties and tariffs and taxes, and not completely, but like if a game would cost this much in taxes, in customs and tariffs and stuff, books are like way down here. So all of the tiers, all of the pledge tiers, if we scroll down to the rewards, so of course all the digital ones, but all the physical tiers, this is books, this is books, this is books, this is books. So all of those are treated as just books. There's no GM screen, there's no cards or anything like that in those. So that you guys can save on customs and duties and tariffs and all that sort of stuff. It's classified a certain way. So I wanted any game, quote unquote, game pieces to be separate. Okay. So inside this box, this extras box, and I'll walk through it all in just a second. Inside this extras box is all of the cards and extras and like cool, really cool things. There's going to be over 300 cards currently, as well as standees for the companions. And you can use them for heroes as well if you want to. But generally, like people will have their own hero minis if they're playing on a table. But if you want to use, her for your hero or whatever, this guy for your hero, you definitely could. Back out of retirement. But generally, they're for companions. And potentially a lot more. So all of the game things are in that box. So if you don't want that, you can. We did it, guys. We did it. You guys did it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is amazing. Wow. Stop the clock. It's 21 minutes minus some time for when Kickstarter was down. Yeah, so less than an hour, less than a half an hour. Thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate speedrun. This is a speedrun. That's a good way to put it. Wow. Dad on YouTube, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's go. Yes. Yes. Don't let me forget what I was talking about just a second ago. We're talking about the GM screen. But yeah, look at you guys. All right. We did it. Congratulations. Oh man, how cool. How cool. Yeah, this is just the beginning, guys. It's just the beginning. But yeah, I'm trying to put as much cool stuff, and I spent so much on art. I spent so much on art and writing and all of this sort of stuff. But it's been really fun. So let me finish talking about the GM screen and that stuff, and then we'll get into questions and all that sort of stuff. Slaying Kickstarter slog. We're speedrunning Kickstarter. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and actually, let me check one thing real quick. Oh, buddy. Look at that. If you guys want to go to polygon.com, look at that. We got a Nimble article on polygon.com this morning. Awesome. The game, fast-paced D&D alternative Nimble is adding more classes, monsters, and pets. This game makes combat quicker without sacrificing tactical complexity. Oh, I love that. I love that. So we'll read that. We'll read that in a second. Okay, GM screen. The GM screen. The GM screen is only included in the special edition set. And if you want the special edition books without the extras, you can get that as you just choose the build your own bundle. So you can do that. So the special edition books, they are all classified as books. And even with the GM screen, so like last time, the box set, because the box set had cards in it and it had a GM screen in it and a cloth map, I think, it couldn't be classified as books, even though it was mostly books. So that has different tariff implications of customs. It makes you guys pay more. Like the government gets more money, and so the GM screen this time is all 5 of these things. So this is the core rules, and it's not going to look exactly like this, just for the record. These are just the best mock-ups I could make, but it's going to be awesome. And if you like the regular art for the books, the special editions are going to have, at least I think, they're going to have a slipcover with the original art. But there's going to be the cool, like, clean gold foil treatment with embossing and all that sort of stuff. It's going to be sweet. But the core rules is going to have extras. Okay, so for instance, so this is the core rules. This is the GM guide. Here are this is Monsters and More. And then the heroes, all of the zines are going to be together in like a really nice, high quality magnetic box. So you have all of them there. And it's going to include heroes and then the adventures are all going to be inside. So it's going to be a bunch of like adventures. So like here's the meat for the Crab King. It'll be a bunch of adventures inside this box, so you can keep them all together. But I'm planning on having extra things in there. But all 5 of these things, these books and boxes, are going to be wrapped up inside of a magnetic slipcase. Now, magnetic. So the magnetic slipcase is going to be able to unfold, and that becomes your GM screen. So because it is a slipcase, it counts as packaging. And just because it doubles as a GM screen, it still counts as packaging for the book. So it's only classified as books. So is there a GM screen? Yes. But we're able to come up with a way to have it save you guys money without having to fiddle with all these others. So that's the reasoning behind it. That's the reason behind it. But if you want to do that, if you want the GM screen, it is included in the All-In Deluxe, or if you do the Build Your Own bundle, you can do that as well. Okay, so hope that answers the question. So yeah, a lot of thought went into it being something that you guys can use easily, use regularly, but not only that, but like actually get into your hands easily and affordably. So a lot of thought went into that. So I want you to be able to use it like if you use Markdown or Obsidian or PDF or whatever, like you get all of that, that's all included as well. So I want everything to be as cool and easy to use. And like I've got like a bunch of like right below here is just like a whole row like books, and over here there's a whole shelf, like multiple shelves of books, RPG books that I don't use, and I don't want to make anything that's just filling up space on your guys' shelves. I want this to be stuff that you practically use and is only useful stuff. Okay, lots of questions. So let's. All right, thank you. Yeah. So also, one of the most annoying things about GM screens, let me see if I can find a GM screen. Here's one. One of the most annoying things about GM screens, and this isn't picking on this GM screen because this one is like super rad and awesome. But one of the most annoying things about GM screens is like it'll be here on the table, upside down. So it'll be here on the table, and then like you're hiding all your monsters, and maybe you have minis and stuff here, and then you reach over and like you knock over the GM screen, right? Because like it's sitting like this at the table, but if you knock it, it just flattens out and folds over, and like all of your secrets are exposed. So the GM screen that I'm planning, and I've got mock-ups in the mail already. It was supposed to be here by now, but it was held up by customs in Memphis, in Tennessee, where FedEx headquarters is. So this one is going to have, it's going to be set up, and I'll show you, it's going to be set up so that it's magnetic, and it's not going to fall over if you knock it. It's going to stand back up. It's hard to explain, but it's fixing even the frustrations of the physical GM screen as well, which I think is a really cool thing to do. Is this more boring? This is Shadow Dark, I believe, which is like super duper cool. Look at that spider. My kids wouldn't want to. They wouldn't want that spider getting them. Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. Maia, hey. Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. All right. Is the yes? Is there? If you already have it, there is an option. Returning backers. Returning backers, you're not getting anything that you already have. It's only the new stuff. So yes, you can get just the new stuff if you want. You want just PDF? Here it is. Returning backers, digital. You can get this one if you want just that. So new to Nimble, just the new stuff. Yeah, I don't know if I want to invest in this new RPG. I want to try it out before I get everything. All right, this one is for you. If you're returning backers, there you go. If you just want both, there you go. And then it's the same for the physical set. All right, guys. Yeah, yeah. Wow. The deluxe extras box isn't appearing on add-ons, only the special editions extras box. That is the same thing. Maybe it's just a typo. But the deluxe extras box. So there's only one extras box. So this is it. There's just one extras box. So sorry for that confusion. But that is the only one. So there is going to be, so I'm limited to the number of cards that I can include. I'm limited by like the size of the box and everything else that's in there. Currently we have space for like 300, a bit more, which it sounds like a lot, but if there's like 15 classes and we have all the different spells, plus all the different abilities, plus like other things like items and like different things, I have a good idea of how it's going to be divvied up. I'm not sure if it's going to be, I'm not sure if all the abilities are going to be included or if I'll be able to include multiple of each spell. Probably not. So how I'm going to prioritize it, maybe there'll be a stretch goal to add more cards or something, I'm not sure. But how I'm going to prioritize it is abilities that you need to remember, like active abilities, like once per encounter, like that kind of thing, or long abilities that you don't want to have to write down, that kind of thing. Special abilities for like level 1. So you can just hand them here's your 2 cards for level 1. You don't need to write anything down. But like passive abilities, like +2 armor or whatever, like I'm going to deprioritize those because you don't really need those as much. So that's what I'm going to prioritize. So I'm not sure exactly how the cards are going to be divvied up, but I do want to prioritize like the most important cards to have. So if you want to have multiple of them, then yeah, you might want to get an extras thing, but you will have good use out of the extras because there are cool. There's some secret extra things Oh, this didn't get updated. There are some secret extras. Let me go and update that before I forget. That should have been updated. Story. Give me 1 second, you guys. So the extras image should be different. I added just a little thing was all. Did I? Thought I did. Give me 1 second. That should have been added. There it is. Okay, so I'm gonna save that. All right, so now if we refresh, stream scene. And so if we refresh, how's it going? Let's don't start serve right now. Okay, so there is, let's go down to extras right here. Sorry for scrolling so fast, you guys. So there is more than just what is here included in this, okay? But if you do want to, and it's things that wouldn't be bad for you to have multiple of. I'll just say that. I'll just say that. Is the shipping estimate on the checkout just Kickstarter guessing, as it's way higher? The shipping on the best. This is the shipping here is pretty close to correct. I would not expect it to be any higher than this. The way Kickstarter is when you are let me click this. The way Kickstarter, like when I'm setting up add-ons and things, like it says like, you know, how much is this going to cost? Like, I don't know, it's gonna be this from this to this. And I don't know if it adds it up by weight or what it does, but the total shipping is going to be in this range here, and you can ignore whatever else Kickstarter is saying. I don't think I can change that. It's a weird quirk of Kickstarter. They don't let you change some things. BAP, you use this as the correct thing. Nobody, yeah, it should not be any more than $40 for shipping. And if it is, then I'll just eat that cost. So don't worry about that. So I would treat this shipping estimate as pretty close to being the case. Thanks for recognition of shipping, as Kickstarter was saying. So it's probably, instead of like seeing this as a bundle, it's saying like, oh, this costs $5 and this costs $5, this costs $5 to ship, and it's adding it all up. I'm sorry, that's frustrating. Okay, does a new core subclass zine come with PDF? It does. It does. Yes, great question. Digital will be available in 30 days when Kickstarter is over. Yes, and there is at the bottom frequently asked questions, I think. Summer, yeah, you can check out the frequently asked questions, and I think that is one of the things that is included. We're almost at $70,000. Wow, guys. Yes, if you buy any physical thing, you get the PDF of it. You get the digital version of it. That's just a good way to think about it. Saxon, thank you so much for backing. Yep. Does the extra box have the Earth spell cards? Yes, it will. Yes, indeed. Does the extra box also have the digital extras? Yes, it does. So any physical thing includes all the digital things. And thank you for asking that. And I'm going to take a screenshot of those just so I can add a FAQ. Okay, so I'm gonna add FAQ later about that, just so that people know. Yeah, shipping will definitely not be $40 to $125. That is Kickstarter being silly. That is definitely Kickstarter being silly. Yes, indeed. Is there a way to get the physical monsters book as well as all of the digital expansions? I'd have to set that up. I'd have to set that up. um, if you get the physical, like all the physical stuff comes with things, but there's like a lot of different permutations. I try to keep it simple, but I'll see if I can add that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What about the digital tokens stuff? That is an extra add-on, right? Yes. If you if you get the all-in deluxe, that includes everything. You don't need to add any add-ons unless you want extra of something. If you get the extras box, then it includes the extras for the core extras as well as the extras, the digital core digital and expansion extras. So any physical thing, and these are great questions that I can certainly clarify. Yes. I'm going to prioritize certain spells if I run out of space for all the spells, but I'm going to include as many of them as I possibly can, is what it is. So if we can fit all of them, yes. If we need to cut some of them, we're going to cut ones that are a little bit less needed. So I wanted to see so for stretch goals, great question about the stretch goals. I've got like a long list of stretch goals that I'd like to do. So this isn't just like things that I'm sandbagging, like for instance, like the fourth hero class. Like I have a name, and I have like a vague concept, and I got ahead of myself. I commissioned like not just one piece of art, multiple pieces of art for it. So I'd like to do it, but the class is like not developed. So like if we hit that stretch goal for whatever it ends up being, if we hit that stretch goal for that, then I will develop it. So I'm not just like sandbagging things. Like the stretch goals are actual stretch goals. So I like maybe at the end of the day, I'll send out an update and say with a poll like, hey, what stretch goals are you guys most interested in? And then we can sort of prioritize them from there. I thought I was going to do something like that, but there's enough moving parts to where I can't guess what people want and what stretch goals and what things. So like I just the campaign, and then the stretch goals we'll sort of figure out as we go. Is there a gift set that includes court and Zoom screen? I would say that I mean, it depends on who you're gifting it for, but the all-in deluxe set would make a pretty good gift. If someone bought me that, that'd be pretty cool. Do you have a rough estimate for? Yeah. So all of the timing. So you can see here. So all of the timing you can see there. So I expect the design for everything to be done. And again, nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody knows if there might be another ship stuck in the Suez Canal or another tariff war or who knows what. But if everything goes according to plan, and this is my third crowdfunder, and I've been doing this kind of thing for a long time. If everything goes according to plan, I expect all of the design and editing to be done by the summertime, like June, July maybe. And then once that's sent into the printer, it takes a couple of weeks to print and manufacture, 2 to 3 weeks maybe, and then a month to ship. So I expect to have everything in hand August or September. So if everything goes very, very smoothly, then you guys should have everything in hand October. But I added another month just to be case, just to be sure, just in case, November 2026. So it's November or earlier. But if things happen, then it's going to be a little bit later. So that's sort of how that takes. So it's roughly a month on the ship. The ship takes like 2 or 3 weeks, but then it has to go to a port, and it goes through customs. And there's a lot of like, last time it arrived here, New Jersey, in the dock in New Jersey, New York, and like it just sat there like at a warehouse for like a week or two. And then they put it on a train and down to a warehouse, and it sat there for a while. And then from the train, they put it somewhere else in another warehouse. And then they put it on the trucks to deliver finally. So everything takes way longer, and there's lots of processes, and it's not just like Amazon. So hope that why is an Obsidian app icon? So all of the content is going to be converted and used so that used for Markdown and Obsidian. So you can just click it, and you have everything that you don't have to do anything. What's everything but not deluxe look like? What combo of products? If you want everything, this. So if you get the core plus physical expansion with the extras, that's everything. That's all that. All. So I say everything. So this has all of the content. Okay, it's like every class, every spell, every adventure, everything. Okay, so the extras contains extras like things that you don't need to play, like reminder cards, spell cards, other stuff that makes it easier to play, but it's not like new content. Okay, so that's why they're called extras. So that said, the deluxe versions, they do have like other things. For instance, like the adventures, the adventures special edition box has like extras for the adventures. Like if you're like Curse of Strahd, like Strahd invites you to his castle, like there will be like a physical invitation you can hand to the players, or you're solving a mystery. Here's a physical clue that you can hand to them, like extras to make the adventure like cooler, more immersive, like that sort of thing. Maybe even like a physical map that you can like unfold and put on the table. So again, I'm not sure exactly what they're all going to look like, but there's going to be extras in there to make the adventures cooler and better, right? The GM guide is going to have a map inside the guide, like a lot of. Here, let me grab something. So for instance, the special edition GM guide, a lot of 5e adventures in the back of the book, they have like a map, a folded map that you can tear out. This is called a tip-in, if you're wondering. It includes tip-ins. So it includes a folded map you can tear out and use as like a map at the table. So that kind of thing. There's gonna be different tip-ins and extras in the books that you would find helpful, like super cool and helpful, but not needed to play. The core rules is going to have, I believe, the current plan is like reminder cards. Like if you have a new player, hand them this card. This is how to play. You do an action, this and this and this. You like to remind them how to play, and they don't really even need a character sheet, or maybe they don't need to ask you about rules and stuff. It's sort of like a lot of board games have that kind of thing. You hand a little card to a player, and like this is what it has. I forget what I was planning for some of these other things. The heroes, the heroes box here, the green one. And again, the colors are gonna everything's subject to change, but I want it to look cool. Like I got. I don't know if you guys can see this. I've got like this cool slipcase here, and all the books like they clearly go together in like this black and white gradient. Like I love that kind of stuff. Or like this one over here. The works of Josephus, like I love how like it's all going to match, or it's all going to like go together like that. It's going to look cool. So I'm still working on it with artists to figure out all the details about that kind of thing. Okay, so the monsters was going to include something, I forget what. It's been a long week. GM Guide's going to include. Like, I think the GM guide is going to include a map of the region, and I've hired a new artist who's worked on like AAA video games and a big artist, a very, very, very good artist. I'm not ready to announce him just yet, but I just sent him the notes for the map yesterday. So it's going to be it's going to be it's going to be an amazing map. So I'm going to be announcing more of that stuff later. And the Heroes box. Oh, I was talking about the Heroes box. The Heroes box is going to include a pad of character sheets, just pre-printed, so you don't have to like print them out all the time. But it's also going to include like pre-made heroes. Like here's like level 1. Here's stabs. Here's a book. Here's a mage. Here's a berserker. Like you just hand them out, okay? And you can play as that character if you want to. Like if you're playing level 1 or level 2, you just want to start with some people who don't want to like fiddle around with making a character and all that. Here, play as this guy. That kind of stuff. So things that make the heroes better, things that make the adventures better, things that make the cool rules better, like that kind of stuff. But it's not new content. It's not like, oh, more backgrounds that other people don't get access to. It's just things that make it easier and better. How How can I select the expansion bundle and the extras box? So if you click, scroll down here, core expansion bundle. If you click that, I can't click it because you can't back your own thing. And then when you go to add-ons, just click the extras box as an add-on. You should be able to do that. Let me know if you can't. Chud. Good to see you, Chud. I miss saying that. Chud. Thank you for coming and hanging out, man. Yes, please hit the like button. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, guys. Wow. Congrats on the launch. I backed the premium edition way back. Oh man, super cool. I love the look of the new things. Yep, I get it. I totally get it. I totally get it. Like, please do not feel obligated at all. I even put here, or I think it's on the add-on screen. Like you don't need like the biggest fanciest thing. Like, you could play it with the digital rules. Like, don't feel like you need to get the fanciest one. It is just for people who like really enjoy that kind of thing. I wanted to make it available for those who really wanted that. Like, the regular books are gonna have the rules just as much as the fancy books. The fancy books have like some other fancy things for like collectors and people who like that. But yeah, thank you so much for the support, and like, please don't feel like you need to back it at any certain level or at all. If you can't back it at all, if you already have it or whatever, play with it. If you don't have the money to even back it at all, like, the rules are available for free online, like, to test out until you can't afford it. Please, like, if you're in a bad situation financially, don't spend your money. Please don't spend the money. Yes, we were talking about this earlier, but there is we already have the French. We already have a French translation ready. So it's going to be marked down. It's not going to be like in the formatted, like laid out and stuff, because that would be a little bit too difficult. I reached out to some companies to do localizations, but they are hard to work with. I'll just say that. So if you use Obsidian or Markdown or anything, like, all of that is going to be available and localized in a bunch of different languages for you to use. Wow, to new map. Yeah. Yeah, this map. I've got some big plans for this map. I think it's cool. All right, thank you so much. Awesome. Okay, sorry for the repetition, but for those who already have the first versions, will the PDFs be updated? Okay, so there is, I believe I added that as an FAQ. Let me see here. If I already have the books from the first printing, can I get just the new stuff? No, that's not it. If I have the original PDFs, will those be updated? So right here, there's an FAQ. Okay, so again, I want to be very, very careful about what I promise, because I want to under-promise and over-deliver. I don't want to promise something and not be able to deliver that. Okay, so that's where this is coming from. So first, any errata will be made available for free, so that your books are still, you could still use your books. That said, the errata is on the level of, and I showed this earlier, like, tweaking how Radiant Judgment it reads, just so that it reads a little bit more clearly for someone who's not as experienced with RPG. So like, it's the same ability. I just tweaked how it reads. So it's not like, oh, at level 2 you can sprout wings and just shoot fire. It's not that. It's still Radiant Judgment. We're just sort of tweaking the wording for clarity, since we're reprinting it anyway. I think there's like one typo in the core rules or something. So that's pretty much what that is. Okay, so any errata will be made free, but beyond that, I'd very much like to update the PDFs for the core rules and for the GM guide. I think that's going to be easy enough, but again, there may be something that there may be something that it might be more complicated than I'm thinking right now. Okay, so I want to be careful not to overpromise. It just layout. So just to give you an idea of layout takes up maybe 60% of the time of development of this game and these books. Like, just fiddling around in InDesign and like moving things around and making it fit on a page and all that sort of stuff takes up probably the majority of the time. Like, it's way harder and more time consuming than you might think. So that's why I want to be careful not to overpromise. So it should be pretty straightforward for the core rules and the GM guide to just be re-released. here's the same books you have, just updated with the errata. I want to do that, and I'm planning on doing that, but I want to sort of stop short of promising, just in case there's some shenanigans and something happens and I can't do it. The heroes, on the other hand, might be more tricky. Ideally, I would like to update all the heroes with the errata, but because the heroes are undergoing much more extensive changes with like being separated out into their own zines, that might be a little bit more tricky. So it's something I want to do, and I will have to see. So I hope that's okay as a sort of non-answer, but that's where it's coming from. That's the thinking behind it. And I don't want you guys to have to buy anything that you already have. So the errata will be free online, and I'd like to supply all of the updates to your current books that you have. That said, can I is another thing. Can I do that in a reasonable amount of time without like breaking a bunch of other things? Because for any edits, there's going to be like rounds of edits and then updates and updates, and there's a lot to it. So I hope that answers your question without rambling too much. How many subclasses will the extra classes have? I'm not sure yet. A lot of that depends on the development process. So I will tell you that currently all of the core classes started with 2 subclasses each. Now each core subclass is going to have at least 4, I think. So each one is getting at least 2 more. Many of them are going to have 5, I think, or more. So it depends on the class. Like Mage, for instance, there's like, chaos and control, like the 2 typical chaos things. And then I thought it'd be really cool to have like one for fire, ice, and lightning. Like I want to be a lightning specialist or fire specialist. So like that seemed cool. And then I was like, well, what about one who like wants to be like really defensive? Sorry, so we made a like an evoker of wards. So there's 6 there. There might be another like 1 or 2. But for other classes, they may not need as many, because like it's more likely that a party might have 2 mages and they want to feel different. It's less likely that there's going to be like, for some of the more niche classes, that there'll be multiple of them, so that there's not a need. So some of it comes down to the fantasy and the flavor and the mechanics of it, that kind of thing. Stormwolf, thank you so much for the donation. I know this is a dumb question, but which one do we choose for just monsters and more digital? Is that not an option? I may need to add that. If you just select, if you select just the build your own bundle, you could just select that for now, and I will add it as an add-on later. I'll add just the monster book as an add-on, like later tonight or something. So I will. So very, very sorry about that. That was dumb of me to do. Since it's almost the same, just some typos rewriting, isn't it just easier to drop the new PDF? It should be easy, but again, layout and version control, and there's a lot more to it than that. It's something that I'm aiming toward, but I want to be careful about over-promising and letting people down. So the errata is going to be up online, and then I'll see about updating everything. I'm planning on it, but I don't want to promise it, because there are unknown unknowns. I'll say that. Core Heroes Zine Bundle, will that come with the new subclass also? Yes. If you get the new heroes, it's going to include all of the new subclasses for those heroes, all the new stuff for those. Your layouts look great. Where do you find the assets for that? So I make some of them. Hey, DM Top Blue. I make some of them. I commission some of them. I find some like stock assets. There's lots of different places to find assets and that kind of thing. It would be fun if the Hexmonitor got the Wart subclass from Fairy. That wasn't part of the original. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, well, maybe. The plans for translation. Translation, yes, we talked about translation a couple times, working on it. And if you haven't already, it's going to be made available for free, since the community has been doing that. Deluxe box includes everything. Everything. The all-in is all in. Where is it? Yeah. So it includes everything. Yep. It includes everything. Yes. Can you add digital version subclasses? Because they're okay. Make a screenshot of that. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Yep. Don't feel bad. Thank you so much for your support in the past. Thanks for joining for the stream. I completely understand. Like, you do not need the all-in deluxe. It's cool. It's very cool. But please don't feel obligated. Absolutely. Absolutely. I cannot find the extras box. Okay, let me see if it's even on there. Because, just give me 1 second, guys. Add-ons. Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. Special edition extras box is what it's called. I don't think I can edit it there, but it is there, and some people have, so it should be there. So if you pledge something, and then it should take you like an add-ons thing, I think, to I have the original physical books. Is there a way to get just the revised Core Hero zines in digital? Oh, let me screenshot that. Okay, you guys are finding out the chinks in the armor. Can I back more later, or when I'm? Yeah, absolutely. Can I? If you want to do one thing now and later there's some stretch goal that you want to get, and like, yeah, you can always change it later until it closes, and then even after it closes, there's a pledge manager, and you can like add add-ons there also if you want to. But the better the project does now during crowdfunding, the more other people will see it as well. So like, it's a weird thing about crowdfunding. How well a project does on day one determines like how well it does for the rest of the month. Like, day one is like the most important thing for crowdfunders. So if it like so I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. Stretch goals coming soon. Coming soon. Okay, well, gotta follow the laws. I would never tell you. I'm working with a bunch of artists to make the coolest thing that I possibly can. I do kind of love like the super clean, like foil look and like that kind of thing. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what it's gonna look like yet. But it's gonna be rad. It's gonna be rad. Judd, yeah, good to see you, man. As official / digital character manager, there's a bunch of community made ones. There's a whole ton of them. I hired a developer to do this, and he flaked on me. I paid him, and then he stopped working on it. So it is something that is still in the works. But the community has made a bunch of really, really good ones, and I'm trying to make some of these be first-party official things, but all of that technical stuff is a little bit beyond me. So I'm doing it. It's definitely on the list, and it's something that I would very much like to do. But the community made ones are like so good already. So I'm working with the community to make some of those even better. You can make a second Kickstarter account in an incognito window, so you can test whether it's. All right, let's see. Shipping destination. Okay, yeah. So special edition extras box is right there. Yep. So it should be aware. Thank you for that tip. Thank you for that tip. Very cool. Swing set. Thank you, man. Everything physical is going to be, so if you want everything physical, you can click, let's go back. If you want everything physical, it's going to be this, the core plus expansion physical, and then you can add the special. You can add the extras box here if you want to. Then that would be it. You're not getting the all the special covers and the things included in that, but getting the core plus expansion physical, and then the extras box, you'll be all set. Wow, $90,000, guys! Wow, in 1 hour. Wow, you guys, I really appreciate your support. Well, what do I need to look at? Okay, great question, Tanner. You've never done Kickstarter before. Thank you so much for backing for the first time. What do I need to do to look out for in the future to make sure my order gets to me? Okay, so starting today for the next 30 days, the Kickstarter is going to run, and at the end of the 30 days, anybody who's backed it will be charged. So it's going to close then. Then there's going to be what's called a pledge manager, so a way you can manage your pledge. So currently you pledge for this tier, for this thing, and then if you want to say like, I really want to get like this additional add-on, but yeah, I didn't do it, during the campaign. You can add that if you want to, or so that's going to be in March. And then there's gonna be a few months of production and this and that and fiddling thing. And then a lot of people will sort of like move, like you're living here, and then like by November, like 5 or 10% of people might move somewhere. So Kickstarter will send out an email like right before we're ready to ship. Kickstarter is going to send out an email and saying, "Hey, this is your address we have on file. Is it correct?" And you'll say yes, and then you'll get all your stuff in the mail. If you've moved or whatever, or if you want to update anything, it'll say, "Hey, this is your order. This is your address. Is everything correct? Because we're about to start shipping." You say no, and you can update it, and then you save it, and then you'll get your stuff. So that's it. So just if you're not planning on moving the next few months, then just back it now, and then if you get an email from Kickstarter asking for additional information, just look out for that. And I'll be sending emails also to keep everybody up to date, and there'll be updates here in the Kickstarter community. What do they call it here? So updates. You can check the updates every. I'm going to try not to spam you guys' inbox too much. For the latest of everything, you can check the Discord. The Discord is going to have all of the information that you guys that you might want, like up to date every day, every hour. Basically, there's people like 5,000 or so people on the Discord asking questions, getting answers, and checking things. So Discord is a great place to start. You can go down here. You can click this little button, and it'll take you to Discord. If you don't Discord, then there'll be updates. There are definitely going to be updates here, and comments and questions and frequently asked questions. But you're going to see it in your email. You're going to see it on Discord. You're going to see it here on the Kickstarter page, and the instructions are going to be super duper clear. It's really easy. It's basically buying something. I mean, I know Kickstarter says like it's not really buying something. It's it's this and this and this. You're basically pre-ordering a thing so that so I'll just tell you, like, printing all of this stuff. Like if I order as many as I was planning on ordering, it's going to be well into the 6 figures. So like it's not cheap, and I don't know how much of this pledge tier should I get, and how many special editions should I get. I don't know how many of each thing I should buy. So Kickstarter is a way for like small creators like me. Like this is just me, with a lot of like people in the community helping, and a lot of artists and stuff that I've hired commissioned to do work. But like as far as the business, Nimble Co. is Evan and my wife. So this is a good way for me to be able to gauge how much of each product to get, and a way to afford to be able to manufacture these things, because like it's not cheap. So that's what this is. So it's a way to pre-order, and then you just get it. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's not too complicated. If you see an update in the email, just like click the button and fill it in. Did we do well enough for day one? I would say so. I would say so. Yes. In seriousness, only pay what you can. This is a very cool hobby, and like other people like have hobbies of like fixing up BMWs and stuff, and like for me, like my hobby's RPGs, and like if I can get if I could get 1,000 hours out of spending 1,000 hours of fun, or 2,000 hours of fun, or like if I have 5 friends, like 5,000 hours of fun with this over the next few years, like, all right, yeah, I'll pay a little bit of money for it. Like other people have hobbies of like, fixing up BMWs or like going on vacations, like around the world. Like, so in the grand scheme of things, if this is your hobby and you can afford it, like, yeah, go for it. But if you don't know if you have enough rent next month or whatever, like this is a hobby. Like, don't spend your money on this, please. if it's gonna hurt you, please don't. I want you to take care of yourself and have somewhere to live and food to eat and all that sort of stuff. But yes, thank you so much, everybody. How I can't access my computer? How do I back more? If you log into your Kickstarter account, you should be able to like see like my backed things somehow, and like you can like update it and change it if you want to, or if you can cancel it. Like if you lose your job the next week, like God forbid, or something comes up and you can't, like you can cancel your pledge. So please don't feel like this you have to do this at all. Okay. Do the core classes zine? So I'm not sure exactly how it's going to come. I've mocked it up this way. Like I'd hate to just send out like, a cool book and a cool book and then just like a bunch of like loose leaf zines. Like I could do that. So at least, the manufacturer has given me a few different options that I requested. At least it's going to be like in a belly band, like a piece of paper that wraps it like with decoration and a barcode and like wrapped. At least that, but I would like to have more of like a tuck box kind of thing. Like playing cards oftentimes will be in a tuck box. Like here's some Harry Potter playing cards. So at least like a big tuck box where you can like have them all together and they're not like just like loose. So I'm not sure exactly what it's going to be yet, but something probably. But if you get the physical pledge here, it's going to come in like a sturdy, nice magnetic box to hold everything, and that's going to be the most robust way to do it. But it, like the fancier thing, like costs more money to produce. So use your phone. I'm not sure if you click around or if you ask people. Maybe someone in chat could help you out. Lewis. Thank you, Lewis. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, almost 100,000. Wow, that's crazy. I would love for you to do the digital manager. Is that to add the add-ons for the digital tiers? If so, then yeah, I can do that. So how many new books is it? The main new book is the Monsters and More book. This, and again, the Monsters and More book is going to be about as thick as all 3 of the core rule books combined. Minus maybe like the boards for the books, but like as far as the content, it's going to be hundreds of pages. And it's not gonna be like filler or anything. It's gonna be only the goods. Okay, so that's the main new content. That's gonna include the monsters and the loot and the bosses and companions, optional rules. It's gonna include a bunch of things. It's gonna include the rules expansion, and it's gonna include Terramancy is in it here. Terramancy should be or Earth Magic. I think we're calling it Earth Magic. Is that not in here? Oh man, I gotta add that. So Terramancy is going to be added as well. So all that's included. The heroes are separate. So if we go down to the new hero classes, the new hero classes are separate from the Monsters and More book, and the new adventures are separate from the Monsters and More book. So you can have the Monsters book open and the adventure open, or you can give a player one of the heroes for him to play, and you still have your Monsters book. You don't have to like, oh, I need to look up what this monster does. Give me your thing that you're looking at. So it's gonna be a good number of new books. What if you already have the first set? Then you can go down to. So if you already have the first set, there's a tier for digital and physical. If it says returning backers, you can just get the expansion stuff, and you won't have to rebuy any of the stuff that you already have. So the expansion digital or expansion physical. Those, if you click those, you'll have all of the new stuff. Yes, all of the files come with Markdown versions of them. Markdown and Obsidian Vault is the plan. First stretch goal. I didn't sleep much last night because I was super nervous and super excited. The first stretch goals are probably coming at the end of the day today, tomorrow. As I plan them out, I'm going to try to put together a poll to see what stretch goals you guys are most interested in, and then I'll focus my time there. Yep. Just backed. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your support, Andrew. Really super cool. Yep, you got it. Yeah, Mrs. Yep. She's been doing great. Every time I go out, I work from home, so every time I go out there, my kids are all excited, like Nimble, and my wife is getting them all hyped up. So they're big support, super big support. All right, only if you can. I will say there is something cool that Kickstarter does, which you do not have to use, but if it does help you, and if you can afford it, like I want to emphasize, it is a feature that Kickstarter has, and it's free. So this is the only reason I'm mentioning it. If it was like Klarna, like, oh, pay it over time and 25% interest, like, no, don't do that. But this is a free thing that Kickstarter does. It doesn't. There's no interest. There's no shenanigans. It's like if you want to spread it out over a few months, like you can do that. So it just divides it into three equal payments over 3 months. You don't have, again, only if you can afford it, but it is free. There's no interest, there's no shenanigans. But if that will help, then they do have that feature, and I thought that was pretty cool because they don't charge you any interest or anything, and I don't want you guys to be paying interest on any of this at all. You have a favorite monster for the new monster book? My favorite monster is like whatever I worked on last. Like I just get super duper excited about it. Like first it was Death Knights. Like, oh, Death Knights are super duper rad. And I think I worked on Mimics or Giants last, but the Mimics I'm like incredibly excited about. But then I think about the Fiends, and like they're so cool and unique. I've never seen anything like those. Yeah, so almost every pretty much every monster group I work on like is like just my favorite. If you live with your parents, maybe, but otherwise, it's better to live indoors. Yeah, so how it works, just so you know, nothing is charged right away. It'll only be charged in the middle of March 12th, when everything is over and done. So don't feel like, oh, I have to have it today. But again, only do it if you have the money. Please don't stretch or hurt yourself to do it. But you will not be charged today for anything. This is just, I want this, and when it closes in 30 days, then it's charged. Okay, just so you know. PDF deliveries are going to be right away, right when the campaign ends, in waves as the content is ready for release or ready for testing. Then you need to get a new hobby. Request for the Z-Box to have enough space to add copies of more zines to them? Yes, indeed. Yes, that is the plan already. Nimbleco, more like Humbleco. Oh, I thought you were talking about like a Humble Bundle. Thank you, Zugan. Manage pledge button in the top right. Green manage pledge button in the top right, and then cancel pledge. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Swinset. Thank you so much, Jobby Town USA. The Obsidian files are not included /extra. They are included. The Obsidian files up to this point and the Markdown files have been a free community effort by the volunteers of the community, and I feel like anything that is donated by the community, I cannot charge for, and I will not charge for. So that said, I'm not obligating anybody in the community to do this, but I've liked it so much, and the feedback has been so good, and people have liked it enough to where I'm committing to do this. I will either pay someone to do that, hire someone to do this, or a freelancer, or maybe the community does it. I don't know how it's going to be made, but I've determined that it is going to be included. So if anything that you get, any PDF you get, is going to include the Obsidian files, the Markdown files for free, so that you can have it in whatever format you like the best. And the PDFs, obviously. I have the Nimble box set still sealed. Is it worthless now with this update? No, not at all. No, not at all. So the core rules, and that is still the same. Like minus like a couple of errata. I think there's one typo in the core rules. The GM guide, still the same. Still the same. The heroes in it, all still cool. Still the same. I'm just adding new heroes. There's gonna be new heroes added to it. Okay. And that cloth map is never gonna be reprinted. Those cards are never gonna be reprinted. So like all of this is this is mostly a reprint for people who don't already have it, and then extra stuff for people who have it already. So the Nimble box set is still super good. If you want to sell it, I'm sure you can eBay it. Like it is sold out everywhere, and people keep asking me if they can buy it, and I don't have any to sell. So if you want to get rid of it, feel free. You could maybe even sell it for more than you bought it for, and if you can, cool. But no, all of it, this is not version 2 or version 5.5. It's the same game, just new stuff for it. Let me see. I think it's set up. Great question. I think I have it set up properly. So so there's a special edition extras box. I think I have it set up so that if you get the all-in deluxe, it shouldn't have that. Okay, so I'm seeing stuff I should clarify, and that there's a whole lot of moving parts here. So if you get anything you get physical, you get the digital version of it. Okay, so if you get this physical book, you get the digital version of it. If you get this adventure, you get the digital version of it. Okay, so if you get the digital, where is it? Sorry for scrolling so fast, guys. So if you get the digital extras, and it comes with if you get the physical extras box, it comes with the digital extras. And let me see if I can update it right here, just so we can have it. It is done. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. You'll definitely get the stretch goals. So like if you get like the monster book as an add-on, like if you just want a second copy or whatever, then I'm printing like one monster book. And if there's stretch goals and we add new monsters, we add mud giants, then like you get the mud giants. Yep. Yes, let me go ahead and do that right now. Rewards, add-ons, new add-on. Digital. Okay. I'm adding it right now, guys, because I know I'm going to forget. And I don't want to forget. There's a fine balance. Like, why didn't you just add everything initially? So there's a fine balance between like having like a ton of like so many options that it's confusing for people, and enough options to where people can customize things how they like. So there's a fine balance. Monsters and more. Digital. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just double checking like 100 different things. Okay. I just have to double check since the campaign's live right now. Anything I change will change it for everybody. Save. Okay. Edit. Upload an image. All right, so I'm just uploading the image for it so you guys can see what it looks like. Thank you guys for helping me edit the campaign page on the fly. Refresh. Sometimes Kickstarter like messes up and it doesn't let me add images for some reason. Yeah, I've got to add. Like I keep trying to click the image to upload it. I'm just talking to you guys, see what I'm doing. And then it says, oh, failed to upload. Let's see if it works this time. There we go, now it worked. Save add-on. Okay, so now if you refresh, you should see the, you should see it included there. Okay, cancel. Okay, now I was going to add one more thing to the story, the terramancy or the earth magic thing. We'll add upload so you guys can see all about earth magic because I think that's super duper cool. And we're adding that, so give it 1 second to upload. New spell school, Earth. Yeah. All right, guys, we got that updated. Let's refresh, make sure it's working. There's like 100 things. I feel like an octopus trying to play the drums. Mainstreaming scene. Refresh your page. It's frozen. How do I do that? Please. I don't have to. How do I do that, Brandon? Whoa. Okay. All right. I thought we were slowing down at 94,000, but we already crossed 100,000, guys. Oh man. Wow. All right. So I'm okay. So if I missed your comment, I'm scrolling down to the bottom of the comments. So please, if I missed your question or comment, please just put it in again, so I can catch up. Yeah, you could be a proper bender. Yeah, earth magic. It's super cool. So what's cool about earth magic? Like up until now, all of the cantrips cost 1 action. But if anything, like pew, shooting a little fire dart or like pew, zapping something, like takes 1 action, right? But like boulder, that seems like it would do more damage and take longer. So this has the first cantrip that costs 2 actions. Which feels super cool as a cantrip and flavorful. Oh, it's getting hot. And so it has like big, slow, damaging things, but it also has like controlling, binding, twisting, like plant-based effects, as well as healing spells. So it's like a cool, big, slow, strong, but also like plants controlling and healing, and like it's a really cool, flavorful spell school. And how it works, like, oh man, what if I want to play? What if, oh, not this one. What if I want to play a mage? What if I have this book, and not the new one? What if I want to play a mage or a storm shifter with who knows earth magic? The cool thing is you can swap out lightning magic. You can swap out lightning, something else. I forgot what it was. You can swap lightning, radiant, or ice, I want to say. Lightning, wind, or radiant spells. So if you know any of the lightning, wind, or radiant spell schools, you can give up one of those three in exchange for earth magic. So the cool thing, the storm shifter can give up either storm, lightning, or wind in order to be like a druid, like a true druid, to use earth magic. The mage can give up lightning. The like and like the songweaver can, so like different spells, different classes can slot this right in without changing any of the heroes, which is, I think, pretty cool. The extra add-on doesn't include the cards from the previous box set. So the previous cards from the last box set are not being reprinted as such. I'm making changes and improvements and other things to it. So the spell cards, is the new box set going to have spell cards? Yes. Is the Heart's Fire spell card going to look just like this? Maybe. But I'm making updates and changes and tweaks to things. So, like, for instance, the action cards, like I'm including action cards, which I think are cool. But it's gonna be different. It's not gonna be the exact same set of cards. It's that is what's changing. If that helps. But there's going to be more, more than 3 times as many cards. Earth Oathsworn, yeah, that you're gonna be hitting like a house. Oh, yes, any physical so all the tiers get the creator's kit. The digital tiers get a digital version. If you order any physical thing, you get the physical creator's kit. So you can just get the creator's kit right now for free on the website, nimblerpg.com/creators, I think. So you just download it. It is the free resource. But a lot of people don't, myself included, don't really like PDFs if they can help it. I would rather have a physical thing I can look at. So I wanted to take the opportunity to print it and have that available for free for anybody. So if you back at a physical tier, you get it free physically. If you back at a digital tier, you get it for free digitally. Let me go ahead and add that since that was a good question. Save. Okay, I'm gonna drink some water. Okay, way okay with that, but I thought I'd be missing. Nope. I don't want anybody miss out. Is the point? I'm just looking something up real quick, you guys. Just looking something up real quick. Does anybody remember how we did on the... on the previous one? How much did we raise on the first one, on day 1? Okay. Okay, so this was the previous campaign. Wow. Previous campaign, we got... Oh, you guys can't see that. The previous campaign... Previous campaign, we raised $36,000 on day 1. Okay. Okay. All right. I was just curious. A tier for expansion digital without adventures, or just combine other digitals. Yes, I just added that. You should be able to get just the monsters book without the adventures if you want, digitally. Matt, hey, good to see you again, Matt. Jack, thank you so much for that. The Discord is the best place to do that. Discord, all the way at the bottom here. There are you click there, you can be added to it. People this is my favorite time on the Discord, like when like we're actively playtesting stuff and like giving updates regularly and like we're streaming. I don't know if I'm gonna stream every day, but it's gonna be almost every day for the next week or so, is the plan at least. I'm showing you guys like what's coming up and like giving people a chance to playtest, give feedback and all that sort of stuff. How can we stand out with our design? If you're saying you have your own designs you'd like to submit, I don't know that I have the bandwidth for it right now, but if you want to help playtest some of the stuff that's coming out, there's definitely a need for that. Like we already do have playtesters for it, but like it never hurts to have more. But yeah, please come join us on Discord. And for a lot of the people who were just volunteering for a lot of these things or contributing, like I've started working more closely with them and they've been submitting different things and I've been hiring many of them to like help out in different areas, and a lot of them are volunteering also. Yeah, just be part of the community, and that's probably the best way. Design Jam is a fun time, but like it's nothing like during the crowdfunder season. Like during the crowdfunder and like right after that, like the months after that, like where like every other day I'm releasing like a new thing and like we're cooking, and like man, it's really like Design Jam's season is cool, but crowdfunder season is like 10 times as exciting. Any books behind you that you recommend for game design? So actually, I obviously don't endorse everything about this book. So there's a book called The Power of Moments, and it's a business book. Like how do you make your new employees feel special on their first day? You know, that kind of stuff. How do you? But these guys, the Heath brothers, they made Made to Stick, Decisive, and Switch. So they talk a lot about the psychology of what makes things work and tick. So what makes a moment cool or memorable? Like if you read this book or audiobook, like mostly the first half, and like some of their other books, like Made to Stick, why some ideas are memorable. Decisive, like how to decide. Again, that one's okay. Switch, like how to change things, like how to make people do different things. Like those kinds of thinking things, I think are super helpful. Like if you expand outside of game design into just like how people think and what makes people happy or sad or like whatever, is really cool. So in like this book, they talk about like there's valleys and there's peaks of moments. Like if you go to Disney World, like, you know, a valley is like, you know, you're waiting in line, like that's a low point. But a peak is like, you know, getting your pictures taken with Minnie Mouse, right? And with the little ears, like that's cool. And like if like people remember peaks, like how fun was Disney World, they'll remember like their favorite 2 or 3 things that happened, and they'll rate it off of that. But also, so like there's different things you could do. You don't have to make everything better. If you can make certain peaks, like these moments that are fun and cool and iconic, then like it is way more powerful than like trying to make everything as good as possible. You make everything as good as you can, but you know we only have finite resources. So it's like valleys. So Nimble, the first version of Nimble over here, is about filling some of the valleys. The original zine. It's about filling valleys. Like a lot of the low points in D, like rolling initiative and missing and blah blah blah, like filling the valley so you can have more fun, right? But the side effect of that is it made huge peaks as well. So it made it more fun by making it faster, but like we were able to create more cool memories and have more of those cool moments. So like those kinds of books, I think, are more helpful than like game design books. There is a really good YouTube channel called Distraction Makers. They talk about game design and stuff, like most like card games and like Magic the Gathering and that kind of thing. But you can extrapolate a lot of the principles they have. There's the Board Game Design Lab. There's anything made by Jamie Stonemeyer Games YouTube channel and his blog. He talks about game design, like mostly board games, but if it's fun here, it'll be fun there, like pretty much. So like I honestly don't know much about RPGs. Like 5e was the first RPG I ever played, and I didn't want to play it. Like a buddy of mine said, "Hey, you know, Evan, we're getting some people from church together to play some D&D. You want to play D&D with us?" I was like, "No, I don't have any interest in playing Dungeons and Dragons." But I did, just as a favor to him. Expecting to play once, and like I'm too cool for this. I ended up having a blast. So one, people don't really know what they like. A lot of times, myself included. So I didn't know. I haven't been playing since the 80s and the 70s with all the grognards and all the people who've been playing forever, and I know every RPG system. I know very little about RPGs, but what I do know is like I know what I think is fun, and I know like when I'm reading like rules for a board game, I can tell pretty quickly if this board game is going to waste my time. Like if they take this much space to say this much, like all right, this game is not for me. So more important than like learning about game design is just learn about design in general and how people think. I think is maybe a better thing to do. But I have purchased some like game design books, and I've largely been disappointed by them. Yeah, I've been largely disappointed by them. A lot of the YouTubers out there are pretty good, like Bob Worldbuilder. He's got a lot of cool stuff. Dadi from Mystic Arts, he's a very good thinker. Deficient Master, I really like how he thinks about a lot of things. Like I like a lot of those thinkers. I don't watch a lot of Dungeon Tube, like just because I just don't have the time to do that. It's a little bit stressful for me to watch it. I do like Ben Milton's Questing Beast. I'll watch his things a lot of times. But what I learned, I'll show you. I'll show you possibly the most important thing I learned from Ben Milton. Let's zoom out a little bit. Probably the most important thing I learned from Questing Beast is that the book is a tool, and I don't know that he like uses this terminology or not, but this is like me like translating it into words that make sense for me. Like the book is a tool, so like there should be a bookmark, okay? But when you open up this book, like the front, the end papers, is called the end papers. It should have the most useful, helpful information ever, right? Because you can access this easily and quickly. Right? But if we open up this, again, not to pick on anybody, but if you open up this, it's black, right? And then this is black, and then this is like this art is actually cool. So like you do need some of these kinds of things, but like this is like the second to the cover and the back. Like this is the prime real estate of a book. Like and OSR and OSE kind of things, like they make excellent use of that space, and it's efficient, and it's not going to waste my time, and it shows you that it wants to be helpful. It wants you to play this game, right? So as much as you could do. Oh, Gloria says, "I love you, Dad." Oh, I love you too, Gloria and Sam and Daphne and Honey. That's my family. So anything that indicates I want to respect your time. I'm not going to waste your time. Like I'm going to get to the point. I want you to play this game, and I want this game to be fun. Like all of that, I think is a really, really big deal. All of that is a really big deal. I would think about those kinds of things more than just like strictly game design, strictly like TTRPG design. That is I think a more helpful way to think about things rather than like books about game design. Yeah, great question. The ring wants you to be found. Awesome. Glad to hear it, man. That's my honey. I'm old like an OD&D player, but never played. Cool. Very cool. I'd love to, and I have some draft notes. It's called Nimble Cosmos, and it's a working title. But yeah, like I'm cooking on it. I think that would definitely be a super duper cool thing to do. I don't know if it'll ever happen. Like making the rules is easy, but like the design and the layout and the playtesting and the marketing and the creating the campaign and managing all things, like it takes months to years to do. So I've got to be careful. I've got to be careful what I focus on, because I think like the Spelljammer thing like did incredibly poorly for some reason. So book recommendations, super insightful. This is why your game is influenced. Oh, cool, thank you. So I've bought a lot of, and I'm gonna have to take this off. I am wearing a shirt under this, guys. Don't worry. I have like most of, like, anytime someone mentions a game, oh, this is just like this other game. I have it, but like, let me show you. Like, oh, Evan, have you ever played Dungeon Crawl Classics? Oh yeah, I've got the book. Like, if you can see, it's still in the wrapper, because like I buy it, but I don't necessarily read it. But if I have need to open it and read it, and someone wants me to, oh, check out page 73, it's got a cool thing, and I have it, so I can look at it. But reading rules is like my least favorite thing to do. A lot of times I will play board games with people, and like I've bought board games before, like spent a lot of money on board games. Like you can see that one right there, Earthborn Rangers. I bought it, and like I think I had it for a year. Like I got it from a Game Found project, and I opened it, I was like, ah, cool. And I was like, well, and I closed it right back. It's like I can't bear to read the rules. Like the rule book was like thick. Until like my brother-in-law comes over and reads the rules, and he teaches me how to play. So just something weird about me, that I don't like to read the rules. Thanks for the book recommendation, mate. Yeah. If you read Made to Stick or Switch, or like those books by the Heath brothers, and not just them, like a lot of writers have a lot of good thoughts about it. And like a lot of the newer books, like this one by Skirples is super duper cool. MCDM's books are sweet. Kelsey Dion's Shadow Dark is like amazing. Like I want to play that. I've had that for years. I've never read it. Like I've flipped through it every once in a while. Justin Alexander, his How Do You Want to Be a Game Master book is pretty good. You can read most of that if you check out the Alexandrian as his blog. But just talking to other people, like Mouse Ritter, this one here has been huge. Like I love everything about that, almost everything about that. Alien, I've never played it, but I'd like to. I don't know what that is. Oh, Electric Bastion Land. So like, yeah, lots of really cool ideas. Power of moments. Crowdfunding season is the time I privately praise the patience. Thank you, Terry. I mean, I'm usually done by like 5 o'clock. It's shipping and fulfillment season is where things get especially crazy. Yes. Yes. Physical pleasures with add-ons? No. No. So the shipping on, and actually I'm going to go ahead and fix that. Great question. Let's go ahead and go here. Basics. Is it basics? FAQ. Story. Sorry, guys. Add another FAQ. Actually, before I do this, let me just see if... Sorry, guys, give me 1 second. Let me just see if I can change... Let me just see if I can change the shipping cost on the rewards. Go back and save. Okay, so I will save that. So I added that as a FAQ just in case, but I may be able to change the add-ons shipping costs. Let me see. Edit. I cannot. Okay, so it will not allow me to edit the shipping cost. So I did add a frequently asked question for that. So hopefully that will help. Main streaming scene. Wow, 113. You guys, this is crazy, you guys. Oh, 112. That's okay. That's okay. Someone's changing their mind. That's perfectly fine. So no, the additional. So it's basically by weight. So so let's go down to shipping. So every like few pounds added, it adds a couple of bucks. So basically how it works. I'll just say shipping in the U.S. for instance. So shipping in the U.S. anything like less than a pound, like books, less than a pound is going to be like just the postage and not like everything else. Let's say like $5. And each additional pound, each additional like 2 pounds adds like $1 or 2. So if you have like a 1 pound thing, it's $5. If you have like 2 pounds, it's like $5 or $6. And if you have something that's like 10 pounds, it's not like 10 times, it's not $50. It's going to be like $9 or something like that. And it's similar for international, but the floor in international is like $20-ish dollars. So like international stuff costs $20. And if you have something that's twice as heavy, it's just gonna be like, $22, $23. So the shipping cost additional is like meager, right? So it's just that initial, like them taking the package somewhere cost a lot of money or like relatively a lot. And then like, if it's like slightly heavier, they don't really care. It costs just a little bit more. So what Kickstarter is doing is they're adding like, oh, if this costs $20 and this costs $20, so they add all up and all the shipping costs is all broken. So hope that helps. Okay, let's go back down. I think version 2.02 is correct or very close to the correct. I think like if there's a 2.03, it's pretty much the same. Like maybe I'm not sure. Someone here might. Distraction maker rules, yeah, they're great. Yes, some people like Derek from Nice of the Last Call. He loves reading the rules and talking about them. Like I love talking about them and doing things with them, but like just reading them initially. Have you played Blaze in the Dark? I have Blaze in the Dark somewhere up here, right there. I've got Blaze in the Dark, but nope, never played it. Unless someone wants to GM for me, I've not played it. Land of Ian, yeah, got that down here too. I've got some others. Here's some more that are still in the wrapping. Ion Heart. It's like a mech, lo-fi solo mech thing. Bought it. Haven't even opened it. I'm going to Origins. Where is Origins? People keep asking me these things, and I don't know. Origins Game Fair. Columbus, Ohio. Maybe. I'm not like displaying there or anything like that, but maybe. If it would be cool, then I might. But if not, then I don't know. Some people, some of the manufacturing people asked me if I was going to Gamma, and I looked that up. That's in March. No current plans, but we'll see. The core books from this Kickstarter updated anyway. Yes. So core rules, minor updates like errata, like there's one typo and like minor things, but core rules basically going to be the same. Minor updates. Your current core rules books are not outdated. The Game Master's Guide, there's a couple of things that I'm going to tweak in here. Again, errata. I think one of the bosses is tuned a little bit too hard. I green thumb at the end, and like it could use a little bit of clarification. There a couple of people reported when they ran green thumb, they were running him incorrectly, so I can clarify that. So just minor errata. I might take like the last oh no, this one. Like the last couple of pages, like I don't know if you guys know, but books, no, it's this one. Books have to have like a certain number of pages. So I might like redo like the advertisement page on the back or something. I'm not sure. But yeah, the core rules in GM Guide are basically just reprints. Okay, there's some errata, but basically just reprints. The heroes is changing a lot. The base heroes, each one of the 11 base heroes is getting a bunch of new subclasses. And a bunch of new content, but it's not going to be a heroes book. It's going to be a bunch of different heroes zines. Each hero is going to be its own zine. So we talked about that a few times. If you can rewind and check that out if you like, or the video at the top. Video at the top, all the way at the top, describes what's going on with the core books. Great question. Great question. Super excited to back. Oh, thank you, Joe. Weird question. What is the box set in shades of black on your shelf? Oh, this one over here. That is, I think, the first thing I ever kickstarted. That is called Bibliotheca, and it's actually upside down. It's supposed to be black to white. It's a printing of the Bible, but like the New Testament is its own book, and the Old Testament and like the Pentateuch is its own book. So it's like really cool, and it's like without any. It's supposed to be for reading back when this was a new thing. Oh, and there's no chapter or verse division marks, so like you can read it more like a novel type of thing. So it's supposed to be. It's a reader's edition of the Bible. This is what that is, Bibliotheca. And you can look it up. I think it's still for sale now, and it's done pretty well. I think you'd still get it. So that's what that is. Is there a way to get the new Monsters physical book and the rest of the material digital? A lot of people were asking about that kind of thing. Yes, so apparently I have to add more of the digital things as add-ons. So I will do that. But for now, if you just want to, you can just get just pledge the. Oh, you guys can't see. You can just pledge at this tier, the Monsters More book tier, if you want, or you can build your own tier. And then I'll be adding some of the other digital tiers as add-ons later. Yes, all physical books include the PDFs. Ooh, waffles or pancakes. I love crispy stuff, so waffles if they're good, but man, I've had some delicious pancakes. Currently, awesome. Kidrissa, thank you so much for coming. Hope you enjoy. One thing that surprised me is a lot of like old school players who have been coming to Nimble from the 80s, like from the dawn of the system. And they're saying like, wow, like this feels like D&D again. Like I didn't like, I wasn't even aware of what they call what people affectionately call grognards and like the old school people. I had no idea those people even existed really. But like this is very much appealing to them as well, just on accident. One of those books is just cover to cover to Begats. Yeah, the beginning of Matthew starts that way. It's important stuff though. Yeah, Matthew starts that way, and Numbers and some of the other ones. Yeah. It's all important, not all as necessarily narratively interesting. Managed to change our pledge. All right, way to go. Thank you so much, Koheleth Entor. Thank you so much. Waffles hold the syrup from going everywhere, so waffles better. You know, that's true. That is a good point, Brandon. But man, if you have like a good pancake, but like waffles are great. I went to Waffle House once and I ordered a pancake. They were like, "This is Waffle House." Sanity, hey, thank you so much for coming by, man. How'd the game go today? Are you still going? Kickstarter hype. Oh, awesome. Let me know how it goes. Yeah, please. I'm excited to hear about that kind of stuff. Okay, guys. Let's talk about. Let's get a list of things. Let's start putting some ideas together. I've got some ideas for stretch goals, but since we're hanging out, it looks like some of the questions are starting to slow down, which is good. Hopefully, I'm answering many of them. The One Ring books are gorgeous. There is no magic using cancers. Yeah, I mean, it's set in the setting. How often do I play Nimble? I used to play every week. We had like a game every single week, and it was great. We had it for a long, long time. But I've been too busy to play. So right now I listen to others' feedback. So I don't get to GM as much as I would like. PDF is A5. Yeah, it's the same size. It's actually a similar print file. We could talk about stretch goals. So let me. I'm going to show you guys the list of things that I had, and then you tell me what would be most interesting for you guys to talk about. There's going to be other streams and things also, so we don't have to. That was my offer. Happy to introduce you. I don't know what that's about. Better or worse. But if you have an introduction, you can make it. Reach out. Feel free to shoot me a DM on Discord or email me. evan@nimblerpg.com. Yep. So I do have, funnily enough, last campaign last year, I do have an STL of the Manticore, the Ravager of the Lowlands. I commissioned someone to make me an STL, 3D file of the Ravager of the Lowlands, and he made it, and I just never did anything with it. So maybe we could do something with it. Yeah, anyone? Yeah, here we go. Absolutely, 100% Double King, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, we stopped halfway through our Strixhaven campaign. What happened to it? Did someone move, or we got sick, or I don't even remember why it ended. But that was the best. That was the best campaign. Ben's character. Yeah. We got a sneak peek of environments. I like how Daggerheart has the most time box. Yeah, I'm thinking about the same thing. It's something that is in. It's in progress. Okay, so let me transcribe my list of things, and then we can think about. General Q&A, stretch goals, STLs, and maybe STLs is a stretch goal, I would assume. Okay, live. Some live monster design. From pop culture, from other games. Okay, that's a cool one. Hero design. Hero design is always cool. Layout tips. We could talk about InDesign. InDesign or Photoshop. That might be fun to talk about. Ooh, class-specific character sheets? Yeah, maybe. My Strixhaven campaign needed a lot of work. It was like a bucket of cool ideas, but not quite a campaign, is what I felt. But it was It was really fun. Chaz, oh, thank you for coming, Chaz. Good to see you, man. Thanks for making it on. Yeah, awesome. Appreciate that. Yeah, this came up earlier. Working on it, I did hire a developer and paid him to do something cool like that, and he absconded with the money, unfortunately. But there are a lot of cool community ones that are already doing most of that. So it's on the docket. It's something that I would like to do, but I need someone to help me with it. Yeah. Let's going through. Art direction, card design, token design. Yeah, we could do some of that. Q&A. We could do some design diaries, like other things that I tried and didn't make it, or why it's this and not that kind of thing. Dungeon turns. Edit some adventures. Video editing / animation. Review other TTRPGs or games. For bright spots and things to avoid. All that kind of stuff. Okay. All right. So those are some ideas that I'm thinking about. And I will be right back because I'm drinking a lot of water. I prepared this thing. You guys let me know what you think about this for when I need to step away for just a second. Sandwiches. Stabs. You're a cool guy. You're so tall compared to them all. Stealthy. Hiding. So good at stealth. S-T-A-B-S. He's the one who likes us best. Stabs. Stabs stream. Stabs. Okay. Okay, cool. Lucy's preaching in the form of yeah. I think that would be cool. I like to do that, and I think in the heroes box, not that one. Oh, let's read that too. In this, the physical rewards, this box, the heroes box is going to have pre-generated characters, and I think it's going to like on one side, it's going to have like character sheet and information on the back is like information about the guy, character, that kind of thing, maybe. So I think that would be pretty cool. Yes, I am planning on a new version of the Critters Kit that's going to be included for free with every order. Digital version if you order digital stuff, and if you order anything physical, then it'll be available in physical mode. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, you got to scrounge it up. I'm probably going to add just a little bit or revise it a little bit. That's really like the iconics. Cool. Look forward to convert the monster in biolanguage. Okay. The insurance, yeah. If you guys saw Mr. Gart's recent video, and I saw one from Derek recently, like so, up until recently, I just saw like why do you need those mechanics? Like that's just part of the adventure. But like now, like once I've sort of understood better like that playstyle, which is just a very different playstyle that I'm used to, like now I get it. I don't think that would be appropriate or good for every dungeon, but to have some dungeons where there is this external time pressure and reason why. Like it is sort of that same risk reward thing, which I think is super cool. We can stop, like most dungeons, like modern things, like you get to the end to kill a boss and then like you leave. But like the dungeons where like the deeper there's not that goal. That's the deeper we go, the more reward we get. But like we can't stop and rest, otherwise like we lose it. So like how far do you push? Like all of those mechanics I think is really, really cool, and having some simple nimble structure around that I think would be pretty cool. Art stuff, I'd love to do a cool poster or art print of some things, maybe have some extras. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Is a black collectible box included in the Kickstarter campaign pledge? No, this box set, the original box set, it's out of print and it's not going to be reprinted in the same way. But most of the content in here is still included. So like there's the hero's book, the GM guide, and the core rules. Like that's there, and then like all the cards are in here plus more stuff, and so like it's different. So. So no, it's not included in that exact thing. It's what would I do differently? I would do this. I'll do this better. But like none of the content is outdated. Like it's all still good content. You don't have to throw away your books. Please don't throw away your books. Like everything that you guys already have is still just as good now as it was yesterday. Live design session from the last crowdfunding. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's check out this Polygon article. Yeah, I had an interview with Samantha a couple weeks ago, and she reached out to me a while back, and she I really appreciate it. This is Samantha Nelson from Polygon, but she was super cool and super nice, and wanted to know more about Nimble, and she very much didn't have to do this, but she made an article helping out. So. So let's read it. Evan Diaz introduced Nimble in 2023 as a way to streamline games, and we'll zoom in a little bit. There we go. Oh, I think I zoomed in here too far. Sorry, guys. There. And now I can scooch this back. There we go. Evan D has introduced Nimble in 2023 as a way to streamline games of D&D 5th edition, speeding up combat and character creation, yeah, to let groups spend more time having fun, less time doing math. There we go, yeah. Math can be fun, but just do it when it is fun. Proposition proved popular enough that the game's first print run sold out. Now Nimble heads back to Kickstarter. Yeah, woo! To fund new rounds of books, more content. Yeah. DS told Polygon in a recent video call that he's on Nimble for people who are tired of D&D, but don't want the heavy crunch of Pathfinder or the loosey-goosey imagination of the friend structure. Kinda. Yeah. Not knocking Pathfinder at all, not knocking PBTA games at all. Like those are cool. Like people love those, but they're just not for me. To a lot of them, it's from old school Renaissance games, Tone Down Lethality. Sort of. Like, I've never really played old school Renaissance games, but we happen to have converged on similar solutions to some of these problems. And so it's kind of like, yeah, kind of. For me, it takes the best of the OSR and 5e Pathfinder kind of stuff. It's not crunchy, but it's not rules light. I describe it as rules tight. Yeah. The rules that need to be there, but we're not stripping away all the fun options. Look at that art from beautiful art by Jason Quintaro. Really cool art. That's probably one of my favorite. Look at, I don't know if you guys see, like, the hand is like, ooh, looks like a galaxy hand, and like she's like summoning her little pup. And like, man, I love this. This is one of my favorite pieces. I know a lot of people didn't appreciate the anime stuff as all. It's like, to me, it's not really anime. I like it. Anyway, this is one of my favorites. That's beautiful. The base game contains 11 classes with 2 subclasses each, plus 4 additional subclasses like the Oathbreaker and Beastmaster that GMs can unlock for players who have completed relevant story arcs. Character creation should be done very quickly, but the classes still have plenty of different actions they can take in combat. Attacks almost never miss. Yeah, that's fair enough. Players roll the damage instead of making separate attack roll in order to speed up fights, only missing if they roll minimum damage. That's right. Wow, 120,000. You guys rock. This is crazy. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. That's much preferable to rolling and then doing a bunch of math and checking into sheets and checking it back and forth between you and the DM, Dia said. I try to get the action that you take and finding out the result as close together as possible, because that's where the fun is. You do a thing and you see immediately what happens, right? Rather than you do a thing and then like, everybody just pause. We'll come back to this in 5 minutes and then we'll see if it worked or not. And then like all the air. So I describe it like this. Like if you have like a big balloon blown up, you say, all right, guys, you want to see me pop this balloon? And you stick it with the end, like, bah! Like that's exciting. And if there's confetti or something inside the balloon or shaving cream inside the balloon, it's even more exciting, right? It happens all at once. You do a thing and a thing happens. But if instead you like just let the air out of the balloon like really, really slowly, like that's not fun. That's the opposite of it. That's annoying. Like, please stop doing that, right? So it's the same thing. You're letting air out of the balloon, right? But you are you're letting out of the balloon, but you're doing it slowly. Like from the moment you decide to let the air out to where all the air is out, the longer that takes, the more annoying it is. But the faster it happens, if it can happen in the same moment, the more fun it is. Another way Nimble speeds up combat is with a number of dice you roll. Rather than having a high-level spell to do 8d6 damage like a D&D Fireball, you're more likely to have players roll a d66, 2d6, where 1 represents the tens, 1. Yeah, look at that art. This is from Karim Bayet, I believe. And I like this art so much that I named the legendary orc boss, Karim, because like that's the name of the artist, and I just thought it was so cool. I like doing that kind of thing, like honoring the artist in that way. So like, this is an orc. Yeah. Rolling a lot of dice sounds fun, but it shifts toward the average damage, Gia said. It's fun sometimes to have a very swingy spell because that's what makes memories. Yeah, it does. Like, you remember that one time you rolled a 0 on a D, or a 1 on a D100? Yeah, rolling a 1 on a D100, you're going to remember that until your grandparents. Even those lows are hilarious. Yep. Swinginess is fun sometimes. You have to be careful. Nimble books are tiny at just 55 pages for the core rules and 112 pages for the Game Master's Guide. Is it that big? I think that's right. Samantha's doing a great job. I think this is a great article. Yeah, 112. which is packed with ideas for adventures. The new Kickstarter campaign will include at least 10 more adventures. I hope, maybe not, as well with more possible stretch goals. Yes, it's made with GMs in mind, where you can pick it up and play right away, and it's going to be fun. And it gives the heroes lots of options and open-ended things things and ways to affect the story. It doesn't feel like a second job you have to do in order to prep a good session. All that prep is done for you. Yeah, at least that's the goal. That's the goal. That's the ideal. Beautiful art from Noah Bradley. I love this cool thing. And then over here, which you can't quite see, this is on the other side of the desert. This is the Red City that you can see on the other side of the desert. And a cool sunstorm is coming. So amazing art, amazing art. The second printing of Nimble will include a dedicated monster book with more than 200 monsters instead of just relegating adversaries to a section of the Game Master's Guide. Nimble enemies have small individual stat blocks, but different creature types feel distinct due to shared abilities. All kobolds get a free attack when one of their group is killed, while goblins mock their enemies and deal psychic damage. Yeah, the book will be organized by encounter type, complete with traps, environment hazards, and custom loot. That's right. I want each encounter to be sort of a new puzzle to solve. You shouldn't always use the same 3 abilities in the same order. You should have abilities or spells that are best in some situations or against some monster groups so that there's room for creativity and everything feels fresh. And let me go ahead and push. I'm going to send this to, put this in a link. Blow up the balloon, then go to a commercial break. Yeah, I mean, tension. Yeah, that's cool. One thing people miss about different styles of games, yep, fine for different people. I'd rather have an opinionated game that some people love and I don't, than like this median game or average game that everybody kind of likes, but nobody really loves, like tic-tac-toe. It's fine. Like, hey, Dad, you want to play tic-tac-toe? Like, yeah, I can. But like, I'm never going to stay up at night strategizing or dreaming about tic-tac-toe. You should have abilities or spells that are best in some situations or against some monster groups so that there's room for creativity and everything feels fresh, not prescribed. Another addition to the rules is mechanics for companions, who can pad out a small party or provide an easy character for a new player to try. Options include clerics, wizards, berserkers, plus a magical dog who buffs the party. The dog gets hurt. The players get another buff to retaliate against whoever was cruel enough to attack their pet. That's right. Don't attack my dog. It's giving GMs the ability to temporarily or permanently add new member to the party without having the overhead that comes with a hero. RPG players just want to adopt pets and bring as many people as possible along with them, which is a cool way to facilitate that. Yeah. Diaz is also adding 3 new classes: the Hexbinder, the witchy character focused on debuffing. Scions dominate people with their minds and use telekinesis to launch their allies at their enemies. Amazing. They generate a psi field, and the harder they push themselves, the more likely they are to take some form of backlash. Artificers absorb ambient mana and use it to power their devices like a plasma blade, lightning bolt cannon, or rocket boots. But if they overcharge their inventions, they'll break and need to be fixed after the fight. Whatever happens, you still get to do the cool thing, and then the bad thing happens. Diaz said, I'm really big about eliminating the turns where nothing happens. My friends have to get a babysitter. They have to drive across town. It's a lot of effort to get a game together regularly, so we want to do cool things and tell stories. Yeah, buddy. Wow. Thank you so much, Samantha. Fast-paced D&D alternative is adding more classes, monsters, and pets. Yeah. Oh, how cool. I never thought I'd be on Polygon. Oh, it's crazy. Oh, man. How are we doing, guys? Oh, 121. Oh, man. How long did it take last time to reach 100,000? Wow. What? It took a week to get here so far. It took a week. That's crazy. Wow. Thank you so much, you guys. All right, let's see. Let's see what we got. A follow-up on my AI comment. Where is your AI comment? I don't see your AI comment, but if you want to ask it again, you can. I made a bit of a go-to creator of games. How do you feel about tools, streamline stuff you do, and do you use it currently? So AI is good as something like a faster Google search, like that kind of thing. But I would heavily warn against using it for creative things, because if you use it for creative things, like think of think of like the people in Wall-E. Like they use these devices to get around instead of walking. So what happened to their bones? Like their bones like atrophied and shrank and stuff. So apart from all of the like ethical concerns and all that sort of stuff, but if you use it for creative things and don't do the work, then you don't get more creative. Like I could play a song like of someone playing guitar really well, but like that doesn't help me learn how to play guitar. So if I want to be a guitarist, if I want to be a designer, then I have to do the work. And that means struggling with it and going through the iterations and doing the real thing. Right. So I could look up a really cool. So here's my thoughts on AI, especially AI art. For writing, like editing and stuff, like we already have tools like this. So like if I have a typo here, like the computer helps me like, hey, there's a typo. Like that's fine. It's like, sometimes I might ask Google or ask AI, like, is it like 2-handed or TWO space-handed? Like questions like that I could just Google. I think that is okay because it's something that you can just look up already. And that teaches you how to type properly, right? So that like bright spots is apparently 2 words instead of 1 down here. But if it is still yours, okay, if it is still your creation, so you have to be careful about that because there's a siren song of, oh, it could just do it for me. It won't. So that's for like writing. For art, so like for all the design jams writing, like I completely disallow any kind of AI at all. Like I don't want that. I would rather read a bad adventure written by a human than a good adventure written by AI. Maybe that's just me, but for art especially, not that writing isn't art, but like for visual art, AI is to the point where it can create amazing pieces of art like that objectively look like someone made it. But when I hear, oh, this was made by AI, I no longer like it or care about it. Just like, I'll show you an example. Here's an example, and this is AI Rand. So this is a painting my daughter made for me. Gloria, it's a beautiful painting. She asked me, Dad, what do you want me to paint? I said, draw me in a boat with pizza, and then you too, and then here it is. And I will keep this forever, but it will never hang in a museum. And that wasn't the goal. But I will keep it forever because someone I know and love made it, right? So I would make the argument that literature and art and movies and these things, they have value, and like a good like guitar solo or whatever, they have value because I know that, I could never do that. Or like watching the Olympics. Like that is so impressive because this is people at their peak performing these things that I can't do, and that the difference between where I am and what they can do is like how impressed I am. But if someone just said like make me an image of whatever, and even if the computer makes a cool image, like I could do that and you can do that. So like I am not impressed by what this is, and there's even like the opposite of that, like derision. Like I don't like it. Because of what it's doing for people's jobs and for other things also. But art doesn't have value because it, like, quote unquote, objectively looks real. art has value because of the cost that it takes and the devotion of someone's life and hours and blood and sweat and tears they put into being able to learn how to make it and to do it and to like for the meaning that's involved and the cool choices that it makes. So I won't use AI art for anything. As a tool like Google, okay. Yeah, AI images. Yeah, that's a better way. I hope you'll forgive me. You know, that's what I'm meaning. And like AI images, because like you know, there's more forms of art other than just visual things. So not to hate on it or anything, it's a new tool, and like I don't want to be a luddite. You know, when the internet came, and when like you know, and when cars came, the people in horse-drawn carriages, and when electricity came, like so, we need to be careful about not being luddites, but we do need to think about what makes art art. It's not how it looks, right? It's that people made it. And that is why it has meaning, because people have meaning. People have poured a portion of themselves into it. And because that human has meaning, then this thing that they made has meaning. So I think that's what it is. I think that's the core of it. So I'm not hating on AI. It has a place, and I don't know how it's all going to shake out. And I hope people whose jobs are affected by it land on their feet. And but for me, I am supporting real artists and real writers, and I want to continue doing that because one, I think it has meaning and it's better. I like it. I think it has more character. So I forgot what the question was, but that's the AI rant done. Yep. AI. Any plans for time and gravity based spells? Maybe that might be something for the Scion. The Scion's definitely going to be doing things like that. So possibly. Is there a release date for the French version? Hopefully soon. I was just wanting to wait until more of the translations were done so I could just send them all at once. So and I'm not pinging people's inboxes like over and over and over again. Yeah, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I can. Yeah. Yep. Olympics, I'm not impressed with any job. You know, there was a joke a long time ago of like, you know, if you have like one regular guy like swimming with like the other people or running with the other, like that would like here's Josh, 37-year-old office worker, doing the 500-yard sprint or whatever it is. I don't really do sports, and like he's running with like everybody else. Everybody's like, and then Josh is like, like he's barely like making it to the end. Like, oh, okay, now it's way more impressive. Yeah, I don't really follow the Olympics or anything. I don't know what that's about. West Lawrence. Yeah. The process of making it has been half fun. Yeah. That's definitely a good point. Imagine how little community design streams you get. Yeah. Optional settings for rules. Yeah. Great question. So as far as rules, there are already a couple of things like that, and I will just give you a quick view of what that sort of looks like. So in the core rules, one of the quickest things you can do is loading right here. So in hit points and dying, here we'll zoom in. Don't worry. Here, hit points and dying. I gotta move my keyboard out of the way. Optional rules for a more challenging or old school style of game. You can reduce the max number of wounds heroes have. Anywhere from a max of 5 wounds for a slightly harder game, all the way down to 1 or 2 wounds. So 1 wound basically means you hit 0, you die. 2 wounds, you hit 0, you're still alive, but any other damage, you die. You can also have each wound impose a cumulative -1 penalty rolls, skill checks, saves, or even all rolls. But you have to be a roll glutton for punishment for that, because that can make what's called a death spiral. You want to be careful about that. Okay, so that's not all you would need for gritty rules, but that is a very, very good start. I would start there, and then in the GM guide, one of the adventures it starts to talk about that, and maybe this could be a cool stretch goal. Maybe this could be a cool stretch goal, but like different environmental things. So for this adventure, Vermin's Vengeance, it takes place in the sewers. So fetid stench. Heroes must make a strength save each time they traverse from one location to another, or be poisoned while in that area. The DC increases as they go deeper. So that because you're in the sewers, that I think that kind of thing is really cool. It gives you a flavor of what's happening. Gives you a flavor of what's happening, and it makes the environment more real. So you can do that kind of thing for everywhere. So if you're in like the Fallout land with radioactivity, like yeah, you can do that sort of thing. When I was running a Rime of the Frostbane campaign, I just added like a stress mechanic, and for every bad thing that happened, when they miss attack or when they crit, when they are crit, or when a party member drops to 0, like stress adds up and like other things happen. You have to be careful about that kind of stuff. Because it can easily make like a bunch of things to track and a lot of bookkeeping. So if you can have it impact something that they already have, so like anytime you drop to 0 hit points, like, or anytime you see an ally drop to 0 hit points, they like whoever their closest friend is loses a hit die just due to stress, you know, the stress of the worry, like that kind of thing. So the grimdark settings are sort of like about mercilessly whittling down heroes' resources. So you can do that kind of thing, but also with the core rules, there are resting rules for like you can make longer resting rules. So instead of like healing and resting really, really quickly, you can so a safe rest typically blah blah blah. Where is it? After safe rest, heroes recover all their hit points. If your table prefers to largely skip downtime activities and narrate past a week of resting, that's okay. For more realistic convalescence time, 1 week per wound recovered may make more sense. So if you're doing more grimdark, then like you take a wound, like if you twist your ankle, I would call that a wound, like a minor wound. If you twist your ankle in real life, you know, you're not going to like take a nap and feel better, right? It's going to take you a week or so. So you can make things more realistic or more grimdark for dark setting, like in that way. Or like if you really want to do it, like wounds are permanent, right? Or wounds, like you need to do something to recover a wound, like that kind of thing would make it a lot more dark fantasy. But any specifics, like any other specifics, depends on like the setting and all that kind of stuff. Like what would radiation look like in the Fallout world, or what would the miasma or the Strahd curse do to you? Like it depends on the fantasy of it. But I think that kind of stuff would be cool. Let's add it to our list. Great question, Anklebiter. Kidris, thank you so much for hanging out, man. Yeah, I love that. Cool, dweeb. Examples like Nightfell and Symbaroum. I don't know what those are. I've heard Symbaroum before. I don't know what it is, though. A lot of third-party dark fantasy 5e settings that add... yeah, like the dungeon dudes have their Drakenheim thing. So if like whatever setting you're using, like Morkborg or Drakenheim or whatever, if there's mechanics already for it, like you can probably just bring that in and translate it to Nimble. Like every hour of real-time play, you lose 5 hit points, or every hour of real-time play, you roll a die and like something happens. Like you can do that kind of stuff pretty easily, without worrying too much. Let's write that down. Okay. I stopped following certain Kickstarters because how they can create 100, 200 page book every month in a row. Yeah. I mean, with art, so maybe that's something you guys would like to talk about. I can, how to tell AI art. So with a book like this, like you sort of have to use certain stock things. And like I have a process that I go through to like examine and research if this artist is using AI or if this piece is AI or not. Because most stock photo places now, most websites now, like with content, you can say like filter out, exclude all generative AI. Like you do that, but a lot of people knowing that people exclude generative AI, they will still include it. That like they won't mark it as, but like it is. So there's different things you could do to check and see if like images are AI. I recorded a video that I was going to upload to the YouTube channel last year about that. I actually recorded like 2 or 3 times, but I never ended up putting it up. But if you guys think that would be cool, then maybe we could do that. Hey Xavier, yeah, actually, it's pretty much ready. Let me see. It's pretty much ready. I can show you. So the French version is done. It's just a matter of I have to download it and then upload it to the thing and like send out the email. But like each one of those steps is like a little bit challenging for me. So yeah, I can release that. I just want to be careful about sending out too many emails and annoying people. Right now, there's no current plans for physical translated products. We talked about that earlier. Sci-fi, love sci-fi stuff. I don't know what the question is about sci-fi stuff. Edward, have fun at work, man. Yeah, Olympics should have an average Joe. That'd be funny. There is a GM screen, and I think I'll have to clarify that a little bit. But the box set, the deluxe slipcover set comes with a GM screen. The GM screen is the slipcover that it unfolds to it. Like Dragonheim? Cool. I've heard good things about it. I love the action cards. Especially when you can like build a deck of like some boons and some banes, and like instead of like you can't just do like 3 action cards, which is fine. It's fine for tracking. But if you can add in like a boon card, like in every few turns, you're gonna have like one really cool thing to use strategically. And if you add in a bane, then it's like each turn feels different. It's not clearly better. It's not power creep. Like if this is average, like the banes take you down, but the boons take you up, and it still averages out to be good. But like it gives you this cool space to do different things. New books are going to be A5. Yep, new books are still going to be the same size. Probably could do that. Baxter's going to get the. A lot of these questions are in the FAQ at the bottom of the thingy thing. At the bottom of the thing. So most of these questions are going to be down here in the facts, the frequently asked questions. You're going to check it out. But digital stuff should go out right after the crowdfunder ends. It should go out right after the crowdfunder ends. How can I pledge for several bundles at a time for gifts instead of building my own bundle? You can make multiple Kickstarter accounts. One weird thing is that Kickstarter does not allow multiple pledge tiers to be picked. So you have to you can add as many add-ons as you want. So the add-ons do not they do not add like the more add-ons you have, the cheaper shipping is actually. So just ignore the silly shipping estimate that Kickstarter has. But if that didn't answer your question, please feel free to ask it again. When you plan to reveal new spicy news class, it's I'm gonna send out a stretch goal thing poll and see what stretch goals everybody wants. Is probably the plan that we're gonna do. I'm gonna do some cool stretch goals. There aren't current plans for ship combat, but that could be a pretty cool stretch goal to have. If you guys are interested in that, we'll add that as a stretch goal. I do have some cool sci-fi spaceship combat rules that I'm cooking on. If you got the extras, it should include the GM screen. Mystery class. All right, we'll see. Might be. I'd hope so. I'd really like to do it. So the classes take a lot of work. So the classes do take a lot of work. So it might have to be a big stretch goal, but it is a class that I'm super excited about. It does things no other class does. Rules for mounts? No. Not currently. Other than like the the things that are currently in the book. Yeah. Yep. How long are the discounts on the Kickstarter rewards? So after the campaign ends, the price Kickstarter does. I think they make you increase the price for late pledges just a bit, like 10% or something. So the best time to get it is now. I don't think the prices will ever be lower than they are now. So this is it. So for instance, last time the box set I think was for like $95 or $99 or something like that, and then later people bought it for $150, which is the actual price, and it never went below the crowdfunder price. Edward, when you're watching this later, Samantha, the writer at Polygon, she just emailed me out of the blue one day, late last year, and she included Nimble with the their D&D, like gifts for D&D people, gifts for the GM, and then she said, "Hey, I'd love to interview you and chat with you about Nimble," because she liked it. So she and I chatted a few weeks back. She's super nice. So I'm really grateful for that. Grateful that she took the time to do that. That's how it came about. She just reached out to me. Time person here, Nimble. Start the campaign. I had some luck with messing a little AI. Yeah, but it's one thing doing like using it to experiment or learn what it does, or for personal use. That's one thing. Like no judgment. But like for a product that is taking someone else's job, and you're taking other people's money for, and like for a host of other reasons, I'm wary. Oh, that's where that came from. Yeah. Half the last campaign in a couple of hours. Wow. Great question here from Scooty. Monster books organized by countertype. Yes. So monsters that will fight together are going to be on the same spread. So I want so some monsters like goblins, they can be in cities, they can be in the sewers, they could be in the forest or whatever. So like you'll be able to open up the book, and this spread is goblins. So you can mix and match all the different goblins wherever they are. Like goblins aren't often going to hire a hill giant or whatever, or like some other, like they're goblin around with their goblin pals. Same with kobolds and lizard folk. Like they might have some pets and stuff or other things, but they're going to be hanging out. Like the pets and things are going to be on the same page. Goblins, they will have traps, so goblins will have traps, and lizard folk, they'll have environmental things, so that'll be there. But like for giants, if we flip over to like the giants page, there's not going to be a giants page. There's going to be like icy peaks, right? Like or like tundra, like, and then you'll see the frost giant, and you'll see yetis, and you'll see like snow cats. You'll see all the different icy frost trolls, like all the icy monsters. That is way more helpful than like giants, fire giant, frost giant, like all the no, I think that's useless. That's dumb. So it's going to be organized like that, but there is going to be a really good index that you'll be able to flip. All right, so where can I find fire giant? Is that in the volcanoes, or is that in here? Is that there? So where can I find the fire giant? You can look and flip right to the fire giant. So like if you don't remember that hydras are the pets of lizard folk, you just flip over to hydras and it'll say, oh, here on this page with the lizard folk. So that is the best way to do it, I think. So, I would love space stuff as well. Yep. Yeah, classes are a ton of work, but like I think that's the best part of Nimble. Like the classes being fun and mechanically unique and all that sort of stuff. Thanks for hanging out, Brandon, by the way. How's Tyler doing? As to stretch goals, some general divine or occult entities that could serve as stimulus for God. I could do like blessings and boons, more blessings and banes. I think I want to stay away from like specific, gods and thing like that sort of thing, since there are like real world connotations for a lot of that stuff. And everybody sort of has their own things. So I think I'm going to stay away from that, but I can have blessings and banes and like things like that. And if you want to say, oh, this is from like this deity or whatever, yeah, do whatever you want at your own game. I don't know what that means. Kohuleth, if you want to clarify about your ship combat. Yeah, send it over. I've got some rules already. I've got some ideas, and I think Lewis has some cool ship combat rules that I've heard of. I haven't really read, but yeah, feel free to send it over if you want to take a look at it. I may or may not take a look at it. I may not be able to respond, but yeah, feel free to send it over if you want to take a look at it. Yes, so it's going to be available on the website after the Kickstarter ends. It may not be available on the website right away. It's probably going to be late pledges on Kickstarter. Because with e-commerce, if Shopify sees that someone bought something, but it's a pre-order and it's going to be sent like months from now, then Shopify just sees, oh, you're sending things really, really, really slowly. So I want to avoid that. So it may just remain on Kickstarter. I'm not sure I'm going to do that yet. We'll see. Any sneak peeks today, command rules? Yeah, we could definitely do that. Yeah, let's add that to... I can feel my voice starting to go. Sneak peeks is like one of the hardest things to spell because is it S-N-E-E-K? P-E-A-K-N, right? Like you could spell both parts of it wrong. So sneak peeks. Yep. Yeah, I'd be happy to do some sneak peeks. 780th backer. Wow, we already have 780 backers. Let's see how we're doing. Wow. 791 backers. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you, you guys. How are the different things being split up? Okay, wow, 100 all in deluxe, 50 build your own bottle, 2 core digital, 120 just the book, cool. 91 just the digital expansion, 49 core physical, 17 core plus expansion digital, 245. Okay, so this is the biggest one so far. 245. So the expansion physical one. Oh, cool. That's good to know. That's really good to know. Okay, let me check something real quick. Did you guys get the emails to go out? I scheduled emails to go out this morning, and I want to see if it came through. Did you guys get emails? Hopefully you didn't get too many emails. 780th backers. That's crazy. Thank you for backing, Jeremy. Ghost of Saltmarsh campaign for 5e is nautical combat rules. Is it any good? Oh, they're not as good. Okay. I don't know about that. So stretch goals, any stretch goals that are included are not going to be any additional add-ons, most likely. They're going to be just included. So if there's any stretch goals, like if you have stretch goals to include like Slod or whatever, like a new monster group, it's just going to be included. So you're just going to get more value for the stretch goals. There might be like one stretch goal that's like just a separate add-on, but I don't. There's no current plans for that. But they'll be announced. I'm probably going to make a poll to see what everybody's interested in. Is what the plan there is. Okay, let's keep checking out comments, guys. Domain player sieges. I would probably treat that like on a campaign basis. I'd probably treat domains and sieges, especially sieges, but maybe. Screen printer minis as a stretch goal, or would that be too big to fit in the extras box? There is extra space in the extras box, but we can always make it thicker. we can always add more to the extras box. Possibly. So let me ask you guys this. Would you rather have like a screen printed, which I do like, would you rather have like a screen printed mini type of thing? Would you rather have like a cool printed, like a color, like a screen printed, I don't know if people know what screen printed minis are. Like a meeple? It's like a screen printed like meeple would sort of be like that. So like fairly simple. Like fairly simple. But kind of cool, like it's chunky and heavy and like wooden. Or like these kinds of things. Let me. Like these kinds of things, like this would probably be like for a bad guy, like printed front and back, and it would have like a little plastic standee that would stand in so you can see it, or you can knock it prone. You guys let me know what you think would be cooler for that. But I do have a long list of stretch goals that I'm planning. Which would be cool. Okay, what were we doing? I forgot what we were doing. We were doing something earlier. Yeah, the more flat ones you can carry more, they're not as heavy. Or they're cardboard mini. They're cool, clear acrylic ones. Yeah. I kind of like the cardboard ones more. I don't know. It's our choice. Okay. Dice Dragon. Thank you. Did you need it? No. You want it? Yes. My players fully embrace Nimble over 5e. Nice. I mean, if you're going to be getting hundreds of hours of fun out of it, that's like a dollar per hour. You pay like 3 or 4 times that for a movie, like one movie. I'm probably gonna put that up. So I'm gonna put that up as a poll. I'm gonna send an update in the Kickstarter with a link to a poll probably, but polls take a while to set up and all that sort of stuff. But tonight, tomorrow, soon, so people can start voting on the favorite stretch goals they want, so I can start planning those. What are the golden books to your left or right? That is the works of Josephus, an ancient Jewish Roman historian. That's what those are. Cool books. From the 1st century. Late 1st century, early 2nd century, I think. What about some Nimble custom dice? It's not out of the question. There's not current plans for it, but it's not out of the question. If they do happen, it will be in the extras box. Paper standees, yeah. I think I agree. I think I agree. Yeah, everybody. Nimble dice. Okay. Vagabond. Yep. Right there. That's Vagabond. Yeah, by my buddy Taryn. Super cool guy, super cool system. Instead of dice set, because everyone has dice, Nimble D100 with stab space as the 100. I do like that. So I don't like the regular D100 where it's 2 dice. Oh, here's my D100. This thing weighs like 2 pounds. That's gold. And some of the D100s are like really, really round, but this one is faceted very well. It's very well faceted, and you got 100. So yeah, this is my favorite D100. Because I never know, like if you roll 0, 0, and then if you roll 0 and 0, is that 100 or is that 1? Or what if you roll 1 and then 0, 0? Is that 100? Like, which is 100 and which is 1? Like, nobody ever knows. So having a way to buy a large amount of those dice would be sweet. Oh, the D100 dice? Basilisk. Hey, Basilisk. Will you tell us Stab's origin story? Most more question. We could. Good. There's a lot of sandwiches involved. Yep. Dice from the original backer kit are a lot of them have already been delivered. Last year they started being delivered, but the manufacturer, I don't want to get into their personal things, but it was a small manufacturer, just like a husband and wife, who like they do dice on Etsy and stuff, and it was a very dedicated backer, and I wanted to help him out. So I took none of the profit for it. It's actually cost me a lot of money. But I said, hey, if you want to make some dice for Nimble and sell them, you tell me how much you want to charge for them, and I'll just give you all the money, whatever it makes. And they said, yeah, great. So I put them up, and I had a few hundred orders as an add-on after the fact. And they thought they could do it, but just like the volume, like different things happened, unfortunately. But they're back on track to a certain extent, at least. So some of the orders, I did have to refund a bunch of the orders because they just couldn't do that many, especially international ones. So they already have their refunds. But if anybody does want a refund from the original, I'm happy to do that. I don't want any bad feelings or anything. But yep, they're still making them. Every month or so, they're sending me a batch to mail out to people, and I've been mailing them out as they get into me as soon as I can. So yeah, I'm dedicated to doing the right thing for people. We possibly buy the select drives from the website later on. Yeah, probably. Oh, you want the Nimble dice? Yeah, the Nimble dice are pretty rad. They are pretty rad. I do like them, especially the D4. So the D4, it's a faceted D4, so it's way easier to pick up and roll, and it actually rolls. So the 4 is gold, and then the 1 side is blank because it's a miss, and then a crit. Because like ones and 4s matter the most. So yeah, yeah, those are sweet. 0, 0 is 100 since D&D first edition. Yes. Fair point, and you're probably true. You're probably right. I have no reason to disbelieve you. But can you imagine you're new to a D&D and you're rolling a D100 for the first time, and you roll 1 and then 0, 0. You're like, I got 100. And the best you could possibly get. What are the odds? 100 or 1%. And then your DM says like, oh no, that's actually the worst. So like 100 seems like it should be that. So what is tabletop? Hey, thanks for coming in. I've got myself both Nimble and Vagabond. Cool. 0, 0, 1 is 1, and 0, 0, 0 is 100. Yeah, I don't know. 0, 0, 0 seems the worst. And then 0, 0, 1 seems like 100. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. And appreciate all your help, man. Absolutely 100%. Yeah, and then let me actually, if you guys want to see the Nimble D&D dice. Since we're hanging out and everything. So here's the D12. I really like the D12. I like how the numbers are chunky. Like look at that 11. You can tell that's an 11 from across the room. And this one, like this one is unusually, so this die is unusually good. Usually, like the numbers are not that great. Where's the 11? So this 11 is pretty big, but it's not as chunky as a lot of them are. So these are fine, but it's like a little bit small. But this one is like slightly larger, I think. But the 12 is like, yeah, look at that. Like you can tell it's a 12. But I think my favorite is with the D10, the 10 is a 10 and not a 0. So you don't have like that brief second of like, oh no, I rolled a 0. Oh wait, I rolled a 10, you know? So the 10 is a 10, like as it should be. And then the 1 is, there's no 1 because a 1 is a miss. So I really like the D10s like this because that is way better. Right? That seems like that makes sense. So yeah, these are the Nimble dice. D20s. So like they're really nice, but they're handmade. They're handmade by a couple in St. Paul, I think. Minneapolis? I don't know, somewhere. We have a specific shipping alternative for EU. Yes, so yes, there's already UK and EU friendly shipping included, and if I can get the shipping prices down even further, I will. So that's already included. No worries about international. Hey, Bifiglio, thank you so much for backing it, man. Appreciate it. USPS. I mean, like, to be fair to USPS, I think maybe like 10 packages like altogether went missing. So out of like thousands of packages, like it's a fraction of 1%. But like if you are that person whose like package got damaged or went missing, like that stinks, right? So like their track record is pretty good, all things considered. But if it goes missing, yeah, we'll make it right. I'm sorry that happened, but I'm glad you got the new one. One person I just emailed last night in France. His package like was delayed and it was supposed to be getting sent back. And I was like, okay, yeah, sorry about that. I'll reship it. You know, I don't know what happened. So I was just going to reship it, but it never got sent back to me. So I was like, oh man, that's so I gave him a refund. But you know, but I wish I could send him a new box, but I'm out of stock. Do you expect this Kickstarter to exceed the original one? It is so with crowdfunding, it is exceedingly difficult to predict how well a project will do. So I don't know if it's like I don't know what it is about it, but it is just very, very difficult to predict how well a project is going to do. That said, I started this one with a bigger audience, so I was hopeful that I was going to do good. Hey, Derek, good to see you, man. Thank you so much for hopping in. I've been talking about you earlier, so you have to watch the whole 3 hours if you want to see what we were saying. Or 4 hours now. Well, if you want to see what we were saying. Thanks for popping in, man. And thanks for the advice and the help. And I'd love to chat with you later this week or next week some more about game design stuff. If you guys want a really cool YouTube channel who talks about game design, if you want to learn about designing your own RPGs or just chatting about it, Knights of Last Call. I found out about them recently, and like a super duper cool channel. I even subscribed to his Patreon because like after watching like 2 or 3 of his videos, his streams, I was like, yeah, I'm learning a lot. I might as well pay the man for it. So I subscribed to his Patreon too. All right, so let's see what else we got. And Derek, thank you for telling me about this app where I can like highlight the different chats. Like that's super cool. Like that's saving me so much time. Also easier finding the D10. Yeah. Yeah, if there's a lot of interest, I might do the dice. EU friendly shipping. Yep. Yeah, I really hate the logos on a thing because sometimes the logo is the best thing and sometimes the logo is the worst thing, and it just like it doesn't take long to figure out what it is. Like when there's a unique thing on a die, but it takes just long enough to like be a hiccup, and I hate that kind of stuff. It's like death by a thousand cuts. Apologies, asked and answered. Does Monsters and More include already released extra monsters like Orcs and Fae? Yes, so it include Orcs and Fae and all the other ones on Patreon, so that everything released on Patreon treated as alpha or beta. So the Orcs are going to be improved. There might be some more Orcs. The Fae are going to be improved, better art, better like other things. So treat all of that stuff as beta or alpha. Like it's well along and well polished. You could run it and have a great time with it, but it is definitely like like not final form. So yes, those things are going to be included and like way more. So if you already bought Orcs on the web store, or if you already have the Patreon Orcs, like these Orcs are going to, there's going to be more. Okay, so it's going to be even better. So that actually hasn't been asked yet. So true flight. Yeah, all right, thank you so much. Are old classes going to be accessed? Yes. So how old classes are going to be able to do it? So Terramancy, or Earth Magic, as it's called now, by popular request, because everything else is like Ice, Fire, Lightning. So Earth Magic made more sense than Terramancy. So say you have a mage. And like, ooh, I like this Earth Magic. It feels so cool, but it says as a mage, I only get Fire, Lightning, and Ice. So there's rules with the Earth Magic that says anybody who knows lightning, wind, or radiant spells can trade one of the knowledge of one of those three schools for Earth Magic instead. So it's not bloat. So in order to get it, the mage has to give up lightning, and then they get Earth instead. So fire, ice, and Earth. Or the Storm Shifter can give up either wind or I want to do that. Can either give up wind or lightning. And then like Oathsworn or Shepherd or some of these other classes, they can gain access to it as well. So it's not just buff, it's not power creep. This is a cool alternate thing that you can have if you want. So everything is being made to be backwards compatible like that. So you don't need a new heroes book in order to use this new content. That said, the new subclasses are going to be included in the new printing, but you can just get just the new subclasses zine. Again, you don't have to purchase anything again that you've already purchased. If anybody would like to like hop on Discord and like co-host with me or chat with me, that would save my voice a little bit. So Derek, if you want to hop in and chat, give your thoughts, or Matt, or anybody else, Brandon, if you guys want to hop in and chat, you let me know. It would not be a bad idea for me to have that. I could feel my voice going. Yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point. But like there is still the die there, so you can still like count, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like so it's still there, sort of like like if there's a 1, but it's a primary dice and it misses, it's not actually 1, right? So sort of like how if you have a standee or a token, it's easy to remember when you're prone because you just like knock it over. So it's easy to remember to count that die if there's not a 1, because there's a die there. But if there is a 1 and you don't count it, like that's backwards. Does that make sense? Busy at work? Hey, no worries. Yeah. Good. Thank you, Derek. Yeah. Yeah, I went to school for animation and that kind of stuff, and I've been a designer in various regards for a long time. But if you just look at like, so what I did, like I looked at a bunch of other like what are other Kickstarters doing for their thumbnails? What are they doing for their story pages? Like just look at a lot of others and see what they're doing, and you get a lot of inspiration that way. So it's like it's not that anybody has to come up with anything on their own. But if you put it together bit by bit by bit, if I were to show you guys some of the initial designs and layouts of these things, you'd be horrified. I'd be horrified. Bruno, hey man, good to see you, Bruno. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you. Awesome. So, yeah, the design of the landing page is not, this is not draft 1, this is like draft 12. And the design of the books and other things is definitely not design 1. So if you like the first design, you just make it, get all the content there, and you iterate back and forth like over and over and over again, and then it'll sort of slowly get better. So I'm probably gonna have a commoner as a companion, like just a dude you hire to like help carry your stuff. So yeah, you can like just play that as your class if you want, if you just want lols. I'm planning that, but I don't know if I wrote that down anywhere, so I'm gonna go ahead and add that. Yep. Will there be more class feats? No. That said, the new subclasses do have more new things. So, for instance, like the cheat is like a with a 3 stars, it's like a 1 diamond complexity, 1 out of 3. So there are subclasses that like give the cheat more options to make it a little bit more complex for people who like that. But no, there aren't any new like core class feats like savage arsenal things. I think there's the right number of those. We don't need more of those. That said, could as loot, could you give as loot, brother? They rescue the legendary legend berserker dude from the volcano, and he teaches you this cool secret technique. That could be cool. Like abilities as loot is a cool idea. I think Derek was talking about that the other day. So we don't need more core abilities, but like cool abilities like that as a loot. Actually, let me write that down, just so I don't forget. I think that is super cool. I know how to type, guys. I know how to spell. I just can't type. Rules for making companions, probably it's gonna be a chart similar to like the monster builder chart is what I would do. Rules, yeah, you would just like pick a couple of like soldier companions, and like the commander could just run those guys. Companions are made to be very, very simple. So like much simpler than a hero, about as complex as a monster, maybe a little bit more to do than a monster, but like a choice to do. And then like when things happen to it, other things happen. Like when the dog drops a 0, or when someone else does this. So like there's not a lot of complexity in terms of like like analysis paralysis. Like like I've got to pick one of these 4 or 5 things for my companion to do. It's like no, there's one thing, but it has flavorful abilities surrounding that. So if you're playing solo or like a duet or even with a big party, and like everybody's a commander and you just want to have a bunch of soldiers, like that'd be cool. Town guards and monsters. Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch more like regular dudes. Additional hero features. Yeah, that's sort of like the banes and boons. You could treat them like wands, like special abilities that you wouldn't normally have access to, like wands, but not a wand. Yeah. More spells from basic schools. If there are more spells, they would probably be secret spells. So like a GM can choose to add them if they want. Or they would be optional, or it would be like one new fire spell, one new ice spell, like that kind of thing. And not like, oh, here's 12 new ice spells. I don't think so. I don't think there's enough mechanical variance in the ice spells in their flavor zone for that to happen, and for each spell to still be meaningful, without like this new spell just being way better or way worse than some other spell, or like basically the same. Like D&D has a bunch of like spells that are basically D8 damage or like D10 damage or whatever. So I want to avoid that kind of thing. Commander with a squad of dwarves, yeah. That'd be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, it feels a bit like juggling plates at times, but in the end we get there. In the end we definitely get there. Cool, awesome. I'm glad you're able to find him. Derek's a cool guy. He has a wealth of knowledge. He has a wealth of knowledge. Like I know a lot about like what I like in games and how to get there, but he knows a lot about. He knows also a lot about all the history of every RPG ever. See if you can ask him a question that stumps him. I doubt you can. I have a wife and 3 kids, and I don't know that if I have the bandwidth to learn a new piece of software. So I'd like to learn it, but I'd like to learn a lot of languages, and I'd like to do a lot of things, but they are like I want to learn how to speak Spanish or Japanese, but like on the list, like priorities, like here's what I have time to do. Like those things are like just out of what I have the time. I want to learn how to play guitar, and that's part of it. Yeah. There's a class action cards stretch goal. Yeah, so the action cards, they are included. They are included in the extras box. So right here, action cards, easy to keep track of your actions, and et cetera, et cetera. So it is included the extras box. And you can get the extra as an add-on for any pledge tier, or it is included in the all-in deluxe pledge tier. This one includes everything, every stretch goal, everything. But you can pick any of the tiers and add that if you want. But yeah, the cool special edition covers and boxes for the adventures and heroes is going to have some pretty sweet stuff, as well as the other 3 books. They're going to have some pretty cool things. Let's see. You have a minion equivalent for a companion. I mean, you could just have a minion, like this new recruit, Private so and so. He's a D6 monster, a D6 minion, and if he takes damage, he dies. You could just do that. You don't really need that to be a companion. Which book is the new spell school in? And the new spell school is in the Monsters and More book. So we go up here. Where is it? New expansion content. So Monster More has monsters, bosses, new loot items, adventure companions, optional rules. It includes that. It includes companions, and it includes the new Earth Magic Spell School. Then now, see here, there's a new section. I try to organize it this way, at least. So now the new heroes classes, these are individual new zines. So that's where that is. Will new subclasses be added to the updated heroes PDFs? I'm not sure I understand. So if someone gets the core digital bundle, it will have all of the new things in it. Yes, if that's what you're asking. Or if someone gets the core physical bundle, it will have all of the core classes with their subclasses in it. Will the weapon types like black powder musket? People ask about it a lot. Maybe as a stretch goal. So those are all things that I've thought about a lot, but it's good to write it down. Yeah, that'd be cool. A table, like a monster builder table. So there is a thing like that in the GM guide already. But like rather than just like we're zoomed in, let's zoom out. So instead of having just a list of abilities, like have it tableized. I think that'd be cool. Let it be written. Let it be done. Let's add that to the thing. Monster builder table. For abilities and such. So it could be like so it'd be like roll 1d4. This could be like monster stats. Monster stats. Roll 1d4. Balanced. 1 could be glass cannon. 2 defensive brute. 3 balanced. 4 +1 level. That'd be cool. Or it could be like weakling. All right, so let's make it a d6 instead, because I'm having more ideas. 1 is a weakling, -1 level. 2 is a nope. See cannon. C-A-N-N-O-N, right? There it is. That's the right one. No, glass cannon should be higher than that. 2 could be 2 could be balanced. Equal level. 3 is glass cannon. 4. No, 3 could be defensive brute, because glass cannons are a little bit scarier. 4 glass cannon. 5 champion. 6. I don't know. We'll see. We keep thinking about it, but that kind of thing. So you could roll like a d6, roll a d6, a d4, and whatever. And then with a d6, here's the stats. Let me just show you what I'm thinking. Let me show you what I'm thinking. So that would be super cool. Let me make a new monster. Okay, so you would like roll a d6, a d4, and a d8. Why not? Okay, so if it's a d2, so if you roll a 2, let's say if you roll a 2 or a 4 on the d6, that would mean this is a glass cannon. So if you wanted to make a level 2 monster, for hit points, it's a glass cannon. It will go down 1 step, and for offense, you go up 1 step. So it's a glass cannon. See that? I think that would be pretty cool. And if we rolled a 1, if we needed a level 2 monster, instead I would give you a level 1 monster. If we rolled a 6, we would just bring everything up 1 step. I think that would be pretty cool. Yeah. And then like, what if you roll on the d8 or the d20? Choose one of these abilities. And then if you roll a d20, like, you can like mix and match and make a pretty sweet monster. And then there could be things for like rolling to describe the monster and all of that sort of stuff. Monster stats. description. Ability might be a D20 since there's a lot of abilities. Description might be like 2D8. So you can like combine 2 different descriptors, or 2D10, have like 20 different things. That'd be cool. That'd be really cool. You guys like that? Thank you for backing it and coming here and the kind words, and thank you for the encouragement. Yeah, that's awesome. The Earth is going to be inside the Monsters and More book, and since there's been 2 questions about it, I might as well add that to the thing. So we'll go ahead and fix it now. Not that people will read it necessarily, but there you go. Michael, great question. Thank you for that. And that's probably going to help other people. I will. Caleb, yes, there will be zines of the original classes, and they've been upgraded. It's like some of the new art. Let's just go down. So I wasn't crazy. The original Shepherd art was fine. I wasn't crazy about it. I had a much smaller art budget back then. So I got new Shepherd art. I've got new Shadowmancer art, new Oathsworn art. I've got new Hunter art, new Songweaver art, new Mage art coming. I've got new art for most of the classes. Not that I'm getting rid of them, but like some of the art is for like a new story-based subclass, like the Spellblade. Like this guy. I didn't like the original Spellblade art as much. Where is it? This guy. Like this, it's blurry a little bit, but this guy is like some of the coolest art that I have. Rune. Will Nimble be available on TTRPG? I don't think so. Is there a good reason to have it on there? That sounded sarcastic. That's a sincere question though. Is there a good reason to have it on there that I'm not aware of? I don't know. I've put things on DriveThruRPG, but I put a thing on DriveThruRPG before, and like it sold nothing. Do the class zines have the spells in them too? The current plan is yes. I think that would be cool. The current plan is yes. Caveat, subject to change. Okay, so the new subclass is new content. So they are not being updated with any of the new subclasses, but will they be updated with the errata? I'd like to do that, but editing those again is going to be a lot of work, and it's going to be a lot of. I'm planning on doing that, but I can't. I don't want to. I want to stop just short of promising it. So I want to make sure that everything that I can update easily, I will, so that all of the stuff that you have is up to date. But again, that said, like the updates that are being made is like very, very like just like Radiant Judgment is like the wording is being changed. Like there's new art, new layout and stuff, but that doesn't really matter for a lot of people. So like the new layout is just like a little bit easier to digest, like, you know, some icons and less complexity and like that kind of stuff. And like all the different abilities are sort of their own little thing. Like, so it's just not as crammed a little bit. But no, so the new subclasses are not included in any updates or backward things, but I will tell you this. You can get the new things without rebuying anything that you already have. So I want to say, like, you do not at all need to purchase anything that you already have if you do not want to. So if you get So if you're a returning backer and you don't care about any of the physical things, you can get just the new subclasses. So I'm not going to charge you for all the things. Or if you are a returning backer physical expansion, you can get a zine of just the new subclasses. Sort of like Xanathar's Guide to Everything. It has like new. It's a separate book, but it has all the new stuff in there. Like Wizards of the Coast can't afford to like reissue new books of those things. So you can get just the new things if you want. No, I do not like the print on demand quality. Quality is not very good in my experience. So no, I'm not doing anything like that. I'm paying a lot of money to have these like printed, high quality offset printing, professional, like top of the line printing that like these books can outlast you, right? Unless you like leave them out in the rain or they burn. Like super high quality stitch bound books. I don't want to have anything to do with print on demand stuff. That might be an option for like places like Brazil where it's really hard to ship things to, but then the quality is just like the quality is just not as good, and it's way more expensive, and I want to avoid that. But as for like PDF delivery, that might be a good idea. I don't know, maybe. Will the Game Master's Guide monsters also be in the monster book? Where appropriate, yes. So like I'm going to improve the goblins. Like the goblins of the GM's Guide are still going to be fine. You still use them, but like I'm going to have like more goblins and traps and things. So like goblins are going to be the monster book. Everything else, I'm not sure. So like I'd like to like add tactics and other things too. Boblin the Goblin. I'll write that down. He might kill you in your sleep though. Mimic, name the sneak. Mimic companion, maybe. Probably just use 5e24. I haven't read any of the 2024 stuff really, so I don't know about that. Ah, cool. D66 tables, I like them. What would one need to get if they already own the box set? Does the extras box have different content? Yeah, so the extras box is going to have new content. So if you wanted to get, if you're interested in the extras, so if you want the physical stuff, returning backers expansion physical, it's gonna have all the new stuff, nothing that you already have. It's gonna have just new stuff. And then you can get, if you want like the cards and the tokens and the other secret things, there's more things in here that I haven't announced yet. And there's gonna be a lot of stretch goals for the extras also. But like the Shadowmancer is getting their own cards, the Berserker is getting their own cards. There's gonna be some standees for the companions. More items in the cheat. Like I really like the cheat cards that Florian Frey did. So this gonna have some cool stuff in it. So if you want that, then I would get the extras. I would get the extras and the returning backers physical thing, or you could get the deluxe all-in if you have a lot of money that you don't need. But don't do that unless you really want to. It's not on Amazon. I'm not planning on having it on Amazon at the moment, but this is I'm treating it as just a second printing. So treating it as a second printing. And then the Heroes book is just not getting a second printing; it's getting something else.
You can pass them down to the grandkids, Brendan.
Nice. Hey, Gandalf. Good to see you, man. Will the alpha beta of the upcoming content be Patreon only? So the patrons are just getting regular stuff. I try to do something every week or every other week, but sometimes it's like every 2 or 3 weeks, but it's like more stuff. So the patrons are going to continue get cool cool things and get like the day-to-day stuff. But after the campaign ends, that is a good question, Double King. After the campaign ends, I'm going to be sending out regular updates, and not so often to where I'm annoying people, but I'm going to be sending regular updates to people just like we did last time. Like here's the latest PDFs. Maybe we'll do it via Dropbox again, so that I don't have to bother people and I can just update that Dropbox folder. Are you considering as a bigger stretch goal, a bigger box to put the old box set in a new? No, I'm not. What is a digital extra? Yes, it will include VTT tokens, like the PNGs, like the circles and other things. I don't know how Pathfinder does it, but I can look into that if that is a good way they do it. Yes, I'm planning on that. Pixeltastic, Pixelastic, thanks for hopping in, man. Appreciate it. Good luck. Expansion and digital extras. So the expansion digital extras, okay, it says it includes new heroes. Okay, does it include new subclasses? Don't understand the question. I thought I understood it, and I was about to answer, but I don't know if I understand it. So let me do this. So let's go here. Okay, so if you back the expansion digital bundle, you will get a PDF of the Hex Binder, of the Artificer, of the Scion, and of the new secret class, if it comes out. And then a PDF of the new subclasses for the core heroes. So all the new stuff. If you get the add-on, there's an add-on for digital extras. So this will include oh, I see the confusion. New heroes. Yeah, that shouldn't say that. I need to fix that. Pre-made monster tokens. Okay, so it includes the token. So it includes the extras for all of the expansion stuff. So printable cards for the Scion, printable cards for the Artificer, printable cards for the Hexbinder, the corresponding tokens. This is include dungeon. Oh, you guys can't see where I am. Sorry. Dungeon maps. I don't know why it says. So just for clarity, yeah, this is an error. And I'll see if I can clarify it somewhere, but I think Kickstarter won't let me update this, unfortunately. So if you get the PDF for the Monsters of More book, the PDF of the Monsters of More book contains the Obsidian Fault files and all that sort of stuff. And the new heroes is included in this tier. So I don't know. I'm very sorry about the confusion. I will see if I can make an update to clarify that. Let me take a screenshot of that. Sorry. And unfortunately, Kickstarter just doesn't let you update that stuff. Solo mode. That is a definite possibility for one of the stretch goals. It is something that I'm already working on. I'm working with some, so I don't know solo stuff very good, but I'm working with a couple of guys who are very good at solo stuff, and it's for a nimblified solo thing. So sorry about the confusion with the extras thing. When do we learn what the secret class is? I'm going to work on the stretch goals and all of that. It's going to be one of the stretch goals, almost certainly. But I'm going to put a poll out for that. Yeah, Pixelastic. The standees and tokens have front and back art. It's probably just going to be front art on both sides because facing doesn't matter in this game, and you have to pay an artist twice as much. to get art that has like minimal extra utility. So probably just the front, but maybe that's a stretch goal. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the support. How long have you been streaming? Not too much longer, probably. It's been a few hours. My voice is starting to go. I need to eat, but I'm still getting some good questions, and I appreciate you guys hanging out. So I'll keep streaming for a bit longer, probably. No. The whole point of this was to get to these questions and stuff. So it's fantastic. If you have the question, then probably someone else has the same question. So I want to make sure we clarify and fix things and add things that need it. Let's see. Let's scroll up, see if there's anything that we missed. Newbies would be good. Yep. So the fighter is like, I think, a 2 out of 3 complexity class by default. And in the new, some of the new subclasses is it's simpler. It makes him a 1 complexity subclass. So it like simplifies him. He's still just strong, but he's just simpler, less things to keep track of. So yeah, the new subclasses are giving you more range of flexibility, so that if you want to play a simpler mage, you can do that. If you want to play a more complicated other class, then you can do that also. So yeah, that's one of the big goals of it. So you can have more flexibility in how complex these classes are. Do any further steps planned already for the Nimble brand, like a long 1 to level 20 campaign book? Almost certainly wouldn't be a level 1 to 20 campaign book. But I am already thinking of like, excuse me, sorry, of like a Curse of Strahd type of, like, not necessarily vampires, but like, what is it, levels 1 to 10 or something like, yes, something like that, where it is a full campaign. It would be not this size, it would be, of course, this size, and it would have a lot less fluff. So a Nimble campaign would probably be like roughly this size book, but it would be like written very tight so that you can prep in 5 or 10 minutes, and you can have all the things that you need and nothing that's going to waste your time. So I'm very much interested in making that. That's probably a ways out, like after this campaign is fulfilled. But I was already talking with one writer about some ideas. I'd love to do like a Strixhaven Harry Potter type of like magical school kind of thing, or like a long journey, epic journey like Lord of the Rings, or like some other like cool core fantasy that just like really scratches that itch, but like done really, really well. Like I'd love a campaign like that with some cool twists and stuff in it. I think that would just be awesome. I don't know what it would be yet, but that would be super duper cool. Yeah, thank you, Luke. Appreciate it. No, I'm doing all right. I've got some water. I'll rest it up a little bit. Almost triple. No way. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. How long did it take us last time to reach 141,000? It took us August 3rd, from July 22nd to August 3rd. So what, a week and a half? That's insane. That's really wild. You guys, I really appreciate you guys' generosity and your support. I really appreciate it. All right, let's check out some more questions, you guys. A peek of some new art? Yeah, let's show you guys some new art. Just for you guys. Do you guys want to? I don't know. Do you want to tell me if you want to see like a monster or some new hero stuff or what? I can show you some more art. I got a ton of it. Oh, I know what. All right, I'm not even gonna ask you. So I promised you guys a while back for A stack of goblins. All right, new art time. I promised you guys a stack of goblins. I did promise. I was like, oh, that'd be a cool idea. Stack of 3 goblins on top of each other who fights together as one boss. I thought that would be such a cool thing. But then I started thinking, like, goblins don't work together. They work sort of against each other. They're more chaos than like teamworky, right? So it didn't feel right for goblins to do that. What monster group fights like a family? What monster group has
What monster group has bad tactics and like to stack on each other's shoulders? And
all right. Kobolds. So we got a stack of 3 kobolds, guys. Here we got Stabs, we got Smash, and we got I don't know what this guy's name is. But yeah, we got a stack of 3 goblins. We got a stack of 3 kobolds. Okay, so how this monster works? The stat block isn't developed, but I had the vague mechanics in my mind. All right, so it's not actually Stabs. You can't kill Stabs. Okay, so stack 3 goblins. So you're fighting this. This is one legendary monster. Okay, it's like why can this group of kobolds act as the legendary monster? They just can't. Okay, so so when they reach a certain level of hit points, the one on top dies and he falls off, and then like you're just fighting these two. And then he loses more hit points. And the one on top dies. And then the bottom guy gets so angry, like he picks up his dead comrades. He starts using them as weapons or something like that. Or like this guy picks up the pan. So like he has the scissors and the pan. And then the next guy that's the idea of like you're sort of like whittling them down, and then like you're just fighting like one super angry kobold at the very end, like the strong one who's carrying the other two. So that's the idea. I love those little goobers. So there's some new monster art for you guys. Hope you enjoy that. Yeah, that was a good idea. All right, so let's see what other thoughts you guys have. Stab story. Why is he the mascot? People just adopted him. I don't know how he became. It was just in one of the promo videos for the previous thing, there was like a shepherd named Faith and like Crush the Berserker and then Stabs the Cheat. And then people were just like, yeah, these two are fine. Stabs, give me Stabs. Like, tell me more about him. So like he just became the people have voted. As there's no add-on for just the Digital Heroes zine, I will add that now. And apologies. Add-ons. Add new. Andre, are you asking about the core heroes or the new heroes or both? Let me see. Do we have core heroes? Expansion heroes zines? Core heroes. Digital. We want the digital heroes. I assume you want both. All right. Well, I mean, that doesn't make sense. I'll make one for the new heroes. Having ones for the core heroes doesn't make sense because you can't really play the core heroes without like the core rules and the other things also. So I'll make one just for the expansion heroes in case somebody wants that. Digital version of all the new expansion heroes. Artificer, Scion. Yes. Related stretch goals. Excuse me. No, please don't be sorry about that. I'm glad you guys are asking and I'm getting answers. Okay, expansion, heroes, new heroes. Okay, digital, new heroes. Give me 1 second. I have to figure out. I'm looking at a spreadsheet. Core. Okay. Okay. I'm getting there. Okay. Items, choose one. Expansion, heroes, digital. There. Delivery date. Digital reward. All right, let's double check it. Digital expansions hero. Digital version of all the expansion heroes. Professor sign an X-Miner plus any related stretch goals. Image. Price. Save. Okay, so I have that up and I'm going to refresh. We're almost there. You should see it now. I'm just going to add an image. Andre, if you let me know if you don't see it, but you should see it now. Try to add an image to the thing. Might have to add an image later. I don't think I have that one saved. Yeah, I don't have that one saved, so I'm going to add the image later, but it is there for you to use. Andre, let me know, or anybody else, let me know if you don't see it. Yep, complexity 1 is nice to have for newbies. Also, just some people just like that. They just want to like hang out and chill with their friends, you know. Yep. You guys. Yeah, it's amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for your support. All right, let's scroll down, see what's new. Monsters, I think when a level, yep, that'd be cool. But what would a Nimble setting look like, Skylines? Yeah, the Nimble setting is in the Game Master's Guide already. That is the Nimble setting. You could drop it in anywhere you like, but like sort of tight, not like world spanning. I think that's just like too big, but semi-tight to where you can go to different environments and biomes and sort of explore like Breath of the Wild anywhere you want, and you can explore all the different places, or you can stay in one spot and explore there and do cool stuff forever. Or there's urban things, there's village stuff, there's wilderness, sea and sky. This is a true fact. They are cool. Yeah. Dedicated art book? Maybe. More likely would be like an art print instead of a dedicated art book, but like some number of an art print or some number of art prints would be more likely. To get everything, what do I need to add to the core plus expansion physical bundle? All you need to add is the extras box. If you add the extras, that's it. That's it. If you're getting the core plus expansion bundle, that is it. The special edition books and boxes do have like a few extra like related to just those things. So if you want that, then the all-in tier is that one. But if you want to go with the core plus expansion, then the extras box is going to have like the ability cards and the items and standees and stuff. Stabs just became the favorite. Yeah, that's the plan. I'm placing them in the world, and they could be companions that you can hire, or maybe they'll be like they might be like level X companions, or like they grow with you, or they might be like level 16 Gandalf. Like Crush is just this like mighty powerful dude. He could just punch a mountain over. I'm not sure. So some of the companions are going to be like flexible, and some of them are going to be just like this. And this guy goes with you, but just for a short period of time. He goes with you to get through this impossible thing, and then hey, sorry, you guys are on your own. I gotta go get some lunch. That kind of thing. Start the boundary church code that gets hit off during the boss fight. Yeah, maybe. I already have all the digital books, so I would love to get all the new stuff in digital form and be able to print the hero zines. Okay, well, there you go. I think you should be all set then. Any sneak peek of what the first stretch goal might be? I'm going to put it up for a vote for you guys. What stretch goals are most? I'm going to put up like a Google form or something so people can vote. I don't think Kickstarter has an easy poll method to do polls, so I'm going to do that. And that'll take me a little bit to set up, but I'll let all the people who are still like in working, like in Pacific time zone, to sort of filter in for the first day, so we get like the bulk of people who are interested, like are most interested in it, so that they can have their thoughts. That's not the button I wanted to push. And then I'm going to put up a poll for people to vote on different things. So the special, so here, other than it being special edition covers, is there anything that is in the all-in I won't have if I got the returner plus extras box? So the special editions do have, so like now that people are asking me these things, it's obvious that it could have been more clear, and I'll see if I can make it a little bit more clear. So one thing I can change, oh, sorry, you guys can't see. I can change the this page. So the All-In Deluxe includes a GM screen, a slipcase, and GM screen, and it includes other extras not available anywhere else. So that is the only place to find those. They're not gameplay related, though. That is key. They don't have any extra subclasses. There's no extra classes, no extra monsters, and just that. But there's like other things that help. Well, just for convenience. Okay. So like the special edition GM guide is going to include a map included in it. So like similar to how Curse of Strahd has a map in the back of the GM guide of that book, the GM guide is going to have a regional map. At least that's these are all subject to change, but each of the special edition books and boxes are going to have extras that are not in this. Okay. Because like all of the little extras cost more to add. They're called tip-ins, and someone has to physically like add it in after the book is printed. So those things are just so extra. So the monsters are going to include what were the monsters going to include? I forgot what they were going to include. So alternate covers. Each of the books is going to have at least one extra bookmark, maybe. So I think we get away with 2 bookmarks for each of the smaller books, but Monsters of War might have 3 bookmarks, because like you might want to bookmark like multiple different monsters and reference them easily. So I think the Monsters of War special edition is going to have 3 bookmarks. The Heroes is going to contain all the zines are going to be in a magnetic. So these 2 on the right, they are magnetic storage boxes, like super, and the company already produced for me some really high quality mock-ups, like the right sizes, the dimensions, but it's just all printed white. So I'm going to show those off later. But it's going to include a deluxe magnetic box for carrying it around, and it's going to include pre-made characters like Stabs and Book and Faith and like all of the sort of core people. And it's going to include a pad of pre-printed character sheets. So like extra things like you could do without, but they're just extra things to go in the box. And then the adventures, I think, is going to be the coolest. Is includes like additional things for the adventures, like clues that you find. Here's a clue that you find in this mystery they can look at, and you know, or a map for the battle, or like a scrawled note, or like those kinds of things that like add to the coolness of this encounter. Like, oh man, this is so sweet. Like, you don't need candles and things in front of your GM screen and awesome lighting, but like, does it add to the atmosphere and the tactile nature of it? Yes, it does. So I will try to, excuse me, I'll try to clarify that. I'll try to clarify that it includes like it's in the text, but I know a lot of people don't read the text. They'll sort of just looking at the words. And as we hit stretch goals, there might be stretch goals for like other cool things for the special editions. I'm going to try to spread the stretch goals out so there's something for everybody and not just, you know, one or two things. But each of the special edition versions are going to be in a special slipcase that doubles as the GM screen. And if you go back in the stream a couple hours ago, I was talking about this, but it's for tariff reasons. There's certain reasons behind why I'm doing it this way. Some people don't care about the special editions. They only want the extras, so I have that separate. And it's cheaper for customs and tariffs and duties and VATs and taxes for things to be a certain way. Because the governments, they have different rules for books versus game pieces. So that's why I'm not just trying to be weird about it. But I want people to have the flexibility to have the things they care about and not get the things they don't care about. So if you want everything, there is an everything tier, but I get that it's expensive. And like the first words here are, you don't need this, okay? It is for like, if this is your one hobby and you really just want all of the things, there it is. Okay, so please don't feel obligated to get it. You don't need it. All of the content is in the other ones, but there are cool little extras, like if you like those kinds of things. That's the idea. I hope you feel that it's low pressure, like no pressure, like it's for people who want that. Like some people just want to support more. That's for them. Okay. I hope that answers your question. I forgot what the question was. Oh, there it is, right there. Okay. Yes, I have. If we talked about this earlier, thanks for joining, John. But if new spells are added, there are almost certainly going to be either secret spells that the GM can choose to add if they want, or it's going to be like an additional ice spell, like one additional fire spell, one additional wind spell. I think they're almost feature complete. Because if you add a new fire spell, like what could it do that all the other fire spells don't? Like what niche does it fulfill that the others don't? It's hard to think of that. There might be new utility spells. I think that would be cool. Some new utility spells for like out of combat for creativity things. But I want to be careful about not having so many that the wizard or the mage can always just like, oh, here's some exploration encounter, push the magic button to just automatically beat it. I want everybody to have tools at their disposal that everybody can shine and use their creativity, and not just like, oh, here's the unlock door button, So that's the idea. So there's still room, but we need to be careful about bloat, too much bookkeeping, power creep, a lot of these things that like make it feel like, oh, I spent money on all these books and now like they're useless because if I just had the new books, then I wouldn't need the old books. It's like that's a big problem in my favorite game. I say big problem. It's a problem. My favorite game, Magic: The Gathering. So Magic is sort of notorious. I don't know. A lot of games are for like, oh, the newest set. always has the strongest cards, and you have to get the newest cards, and it's a card game thing. But that's how it is with a lot of RPG stuff too, and I hate how that feels. I hate how that feels. I want to get it because there's like value and cool and new content, not just because the numbers are bigger. And I made all the old cool stuff I did like obsolete. That's not good. That's a no-no. Fab, hey. I haven't talked about the future, a bit of Foundry's future. Yeah. So as far as selling official products there, etc., I don't know. Just a bit of insight into like the RPG industry. Who makes money on VTTs is the VTT creator, and that's pretty much it. Any creator, that is like the person who owns a VTT, like Roll20 makes money on that. Other creators, if they support Roll20 or Foundry or whatever, it's just because like their fans asked them to. So like out of the VTTs, I make nothing, and it's a thing that I lose money on. And not complaining, I'm just saying, but it's like I know that a lot of people, they used to live closer to their friends, but their friends all moved away, but they still want to play. Like VTT is their only option, or maybe they just like VTTs. So like I want that to be available for those people. So like I'm happy to pay for the development of that. So where are we now? Without giving the whole history, Matt Double King has been taking the charge on that, and it's not just him. A lot of people have been helping to finish development. As far as I know, I think we're very, very close to it being released and quite polished. Where it is right now, it is currently very playable, and from what I can tell from people who use it, it's very good. I'm not a VTT guy. I'm not a Foundry guy. I don't know about any of this. This is just what I'm told. What I'm told, it's very, very good. Matt, if you want to jump in and help out, you feel free to. Here it is. Automation is coming in phase 2. We just want to get a complete manual system before we get into automation. There you go. There's a roadmap on Discord. Thank you so much, Double King. But from what I've heard, it's very good. And other VTTs they're doing other things. I don't know. I'm not a VTT guy. I like playing at the table with my buds. Do we have an option to add a GM screen to physical bundle? No. Nope. Not this time. That'll be a stretch goal or something. But currently, the only GM screen is with the special edition, and that's for a reason, because that is also acting as the slipcase for those special editions. And it's magnetic and it's cool and it's super nice. Hey Edward, don't get fired. I don't know how I'm feeling yet. I'm mostly feeling tired and a little bit dizzy, and my throat hurts. But I'm very, very, very thankful. Mostly, like while I'm in the midst of it, it's sort of a big haze, and it's probably not going to be for a couple of months that I'm going to be able to understand or come to terms with what everything is. Yeah, that'd be cool, Andre. I do have one STL made already. I hired a guy. He did a pretty decent job to do the Ravager of the Lowlands from the cover of the core rule. So I have an STL of that. If more people are interested in that, I could. That feels like a little bit of a spin-off. Probably most people wouldn't be interested in that. But I'd love to partner with like Loot Studios or like some of these cool guys who can like manage all of that and just like, here's a cool thing. I'd love to do that. I'd love to if anybody knows, I used to subscribe to Loot and Archvillain Games, and then like my hard drive's filled with STLs, and I printed all the things, and then my printer's broke, and like, all right, I can't store any more 3D printed stuff. But if anybody knows anybody at Loot Studios or Archvillain Games or like any of these cool things, I'd tell them I'd love to partner with them. I'd love to co-produce something, whatever, something. I think that'd be rad. That'd be super duper rad. Yep. Yeah. Chat about that. Extra bookmarks? Yeah, extra bookmarks are great. Yeah, I've got my Bible back here, and like it has one bookmark. That's fine, but like I had my wife, add some extra bookmarks to it. That's pretty cool. It's a little bit of a hack though. It's not as good as if it came with it. Edward. Yep. Sorry, man. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Sneak peek or hint of the new class? Not yet. Not yet. Immersion. Immersion is the word. Yes, thank you. Immersion is the word I was looking for. Cool stuff. Yeah, that sounds cool. That sounds cool, Edward. Currently, the GM screen is only with the special edition, the box set thing, because the GM screen is the box. So I talked about this earlier. So if you ordered a set of books and it had a GM screen with it, that whole parcel, that whole package, if there's a pallet of 1,000 of them, the government would see that whole package, even though it's like 95% books and like 5% GM screens. The government sees all of that as game components or games or like something, whatever the code they use. So I'll get tariffed on that, and you'll be charged extra customs and duties on that and taxes on that. And it's like all of that, like the government starts sticking out its hand. Okay. But packaging is not included. So you can have a book with packaging like a slipcase, and that counts as books. Packaging is fine. It's fine to package a book. It's still just a book. Okay. So if you can have a GM screen that doubles as packaging, or if you have packaging, rather, like a slipcase, that doubles as a GM screen, well, then it's still just books. So it's all of this, because the world is crazy right now with tariffs and VAT and customs and all of this sort of stuff. If you get just books, it's much easier to do things. It's easier to ship. It's easier to import. It's easier to manufacture. It's just a lot of those things. It's way easier, and there's less risk involved. So like if the government decides to go crazy with tariffs, at least the tariffs are they will be less likely to affect books than they would affect games. So that's the reason behind it. So if I make a GM screen that's just a GM screen, then all of a sudden it's game components. So I hope that makes sense. Would it be possible for partial extras? Probably not right now. So one of the biggest dangers with Kickstarter's crowdfunding is people, understandably so, like wanting to like buffet, like I want this and not this, and want this and not this. Like that's a great idea and that'd be really cool. Like, but what that means is like fulfillment becomes a nightmare. So like if you have 1,000 people who ordered it, and each person has like a slightly different order, like it's incredibly expensive. It's prone to errors. Like it gets way crazier than is feasible. Like big companies can do that, but like I'm just one person. So I have to be very careful about what add-ons there are and what pledge tiers they are. It's like, okay, can I get just the extra, like just a second set of ice spells? That would be super cool. I'd love to do that. If there was some company that could like create and fulfill and manage all of that, that'd be great. But just the logistics is a serious problem with all of this. So I've got to be super careful about that sort of thing, if that makes sense. And I hope it does. Okay, let's see. Any other questions, you guys? I got a little bit of gas left in the tank. Yeah, makes sense. But if we add like 3 of each cantrip, which would be cool, then that means we have like 3 extra cantrips. That means we have 3 other cards. Like some people won't use those, and then also that means like we can't make 3 other cool like magical loot cards. So there's a trade-off. I'd love to have like multiple copies of everything, and like, but then the box is weighing 30 pounds, and shipping is cost an arm and a leg, and so I think there's a sweet spot, and I think we're pretty close to the sweet spot. But yeah, we'll be talking about more of that later. Yeah. my first time buying the product, and I have a back, but I don't see option. Yeah, so the GM screen is only in the special edition thing. So it's only that because it's the yeah. So I hope that answered it. For STL DM Stash, if you, I don't know who that is. If you can have them DM me, that'd be great. My username on Discord is Evan_Diaz, or you just like click on my name in the Discord too. Yeah, that would be super cool. So the new GM screen, it is going to be, so I have drawings. Let me see if I can find the drawings. I'll show you like what I show to. I'll show you what I got. I'll show you guys what I sent to the manufacturer, so that like they know what in the world they're trying to manufacture and what I'm asking for. Let me find it. All right, so share. Okay. Sorry, I drew it on my iPad, so I'm sending that to computer, and then we can pull it up. All right, so here we go. Okay, so the GM screen, so it's acting as the slipcase. So the books are going to be inside of it, okay? And then it unfolds like this. So it unfolds so you can see like the full scene of whatever it is. And then there are these two back. So like on the yellow is back. It's so yellow on the back. It's not going to be these colors. It's just so you can tell which way the panels are facing. So here, and here, where it's red or pinkish, and then here where it's yellow is the back. So the back is going to sort of fold over itself. You have to think sort of geometrically. And then here, so when it's standing up, the back of it is going to be on the ground. Okay. So the back is going on the ground, and then where the two pieces on the ground overlap, there's going to be a magnet there so that it sticks together. So it's structural, right? So it's going to be, so most GM screens are like rather tall. They're like as tall as this book. So most GM screens are rather tall, and you sort of have to like sit up to like look over things, or you're reaching over and like the whole thing falls and knocks everything around and shows all the minis that you have hidden. But this is going to be magnetic there, and because it's going to want to hold that sort of that U shape, even if it gets tipped over, so it's holding this U shape. If it goes to tip over, it's going to want to right itself back up. So it's a little thing, but practically at the table, it's huge. Like that little feature of it like doubling as like the slipcase, the slipcase doubling as this, and then this being magnetic. So will it look exactly like this? It's subject to change, but it's going to be that kind of thing. That this is what's being developed. Do we hit 150K? All right. Wow. Amazing. You guys is crazy. I think my page got froze again. Maybe. Did my page get frozen again? Yeah. My page froze again. I don't know why it's doing that, but whatever. Hey, I'm happy. Like, wow. But yeah, so that's the idea with the GM screen. I hope that helps and hope that makes sense. Oh yeah, so I don't know why the timer turned off. Did I delete it? Did I delete the timer? I might have deleted the timer. Okay, well that's okay. That's okay. You guys can keep me updated on how things are going. Or I can just add it here. Maybe I can do this. Properties, window, Discord. Yep. I don't know if I can do it again. I did it once. No, that's not it. Okay, I don't know. We'll just leave it off for now. Figure that out later, maybe. Cool. Let's see. Wow, 150,000. Awesome. Before all pages. More lore about you more. Yeah, so I did a poll a while back on like what things people are most interested in, and lore actually came like at close to the bottom or at the bottom. Like new settings and so I'd like to add more of that, but if people aren't as interested in it, then we'll avoid that. But again, I can run a poll and see how everybody is. Yes, they will. Yeah, we talked about that just a bit ago. But they're gonna be in there, but better, more refined, more monsters, more loot, like better things. So basically each release on the Patreon has gotten like a little bit better, like iterating on all the different things. So by the time it's finally released, you're gonna see like the final form, like the good version. Kazagulus, hey man, I'm doing good. Throat's getting a little bit tired. So we're going to call it in just a little bit. I'm going to see if there's any more last questions before we wrap it up. But again, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out and hanging out and supporting it. Please share it with your friends if you know anybody who's going to enjoy it. If we can do really good on today, then that means a lot for later. Wow. James Green. Yeah, it's gonna have. I'm not sure what info it's gonna have, but it's gonna have like the most important quick reference info. So it's gonna be a shorter, like a lower profile GM screen, but wide, like longer, because I feel like I want more space this way, and I don't really need a GM screen that's super high, and so I can't see the table. So I think that's a better way to handle it. Cross your fingers for dice. Maybe. Dice are expensive to produce. I will say that. If you could produce like 1 million dice at once, then like they're cheap. But yeah, if it's like a small batch, like a few hundred, it's quite expensive because you have to pay like thousands of dollars just for the molds. But if you can like divvy that up across of like 1 million dice, then it's basically free. Any plans to add digital versions of all the adventures to purchase online? Possibly in the future. Most likely in the future. But right now is going to be the best price for it, almost certainly. So, how many monsters? At least 200 plus. We'll see. Probably a few of the stretch goals are going to be adding new monsters or new monster groups. That should be cool. All right. Yep, got that. 152. Wow. All right, guys. I've got to eat some lunch. It's almost 3:30 for me. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I'm going to be sending out updates. I'm going to be doing more streams where we can talk about more specific things, less Q&A, more like, hey, we're designing this monster group. We're talking about art. We're talking about all the different. So we're going to have different things. We'd still do Q&A, but I'm going to be doing more streams. Probably another one toward maybe tomorrow, maybe the end of the week. I'm not sure. But I do want to tell you guys thank you for all of this. We're gonna have the digital spell cards. It's probably gonna be like once everything is print ready. That'll take a bit because that's like hundreds of cards takes a long time to lay out, and I want to make sure all the spells and abilities and everything is finalized first. So spell cards is going to be one of the last things that are going to come. Thank you guys again for hanging out. Thank you guys for your support. Really appreciate it. Scooty says it best. Explosions. What are the odds of hosting games on Discord? For me hosting them, not much. I'm going to be busy doing other things, lots of other things, but there are games held sometimes on the Discord. So if you want some games, there's channels for that on the Discord. You can definitely do that. Thank you guys again so much. Scooty's available to run some games. Go ahead and reach out to Scooty. All right, guys, we're calling it there. See ya.